Quadra kill! Dominating!
Killing spree.
Unstoppable! Triple kill! Wipeout! Wipeout!
Killing spree.
Killing spree! Killing spree! Good job!
Here I come.
Watery kill.
I'm Army Armstrong. Are you ready for Microsoft Monster Truck Madness?
Shut down.
Triple kill!
Killing spree. Triple kill.
He really did it! He did!
Killing spree. Shut down.
Team Wipeout! Team Wipeout!
Watery kill.
Killing spree! Team Wipeout!
Killing spree.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
in here, but there's a very little move to play. Ray right now trying to get away. Chrono will be put out, and there goes Bigatron Delta for the Booyah.
Gak usah mainin gede aja kalau mau menang Iposnya.
With that AWM in hand, a little bit too close, and they finally finish up Wasana.
Kalau Buya tidur aja, jangan counting.
Now, there's no going in. Moshi right now goes in for the jump, but Moshi still goes down. Eliminated back-to-back Booyah.
Trying to make the best out of this as they spot out Allen with a Wukong. Turns into a bush for just a sliver of a second, but Buriram, a back-to-back-to-back.
ฝากติดตามพวกผมนะครับรายการนี้จะเอาแชมป์มาฝากทุกคนให้ได้ครับก็
Team Aim got backing him up. Nameless goes down, slamming down on the ground. Good day from afar. He was divided with the final Booyah.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
First blood.
Quadra kill. Dominating.
Killing spree.
Unstoppable.
find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
In here, but there's a very little move to play. Ray right now trying to get away. Chrono will be put out, and there goes Bigatron Delta for the Booyah.
Gak usah mainin gede aja kalau mau menang iposnya.
With that AWM in hand, a little bit too close, and they finally finish up Wasana.
Kalau Buya tidur aja, jangan counting.
Now, there's no going in. Moshi right now goes in for the jump, but Moshi still goes down. Eliminated back-to-back Booyah.
Trying to make the best out of this as they spot out Allen with a Wukong. Turns into a bush for just a sliver of a second, but Buri Ram, a back-to-back-to-back.
ฝากติดตามพวกผมนะครับรายการนี้จะเอาแชมป์มาฝากทุกคนให้ได้ครับก็
Team Aim got backing him up. Nameless goes down, slamming down on the ground. Good day from afar. He was divided with the final Booyah.
Circle it. Circle. You let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
First blood.
Quadra kill. Dominating.
Killing spree.
Unstoppable. Triple kill. Wipeout. Wipeout.
Killing spree.
Killing spree. Killing spree. Good job.
Here I come.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it, I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
In here, but there's a very little move to play. Right now, trying to get away. Chrono will be put out, and there goes Bigatron Delta for the Booyah.
Gak usah mainin gede aja kalau mau menang hiposnya.
With that AWM in hand, a little bit too close, and they finally finish up Wasana.
Kalau Buya tidur aja, jangan counting.
Now, there's no going in. Moshi right now goes in for the jump, but Moshi still goes down. Eliminated back-to-back Booyah.
Trying to make the best out of this as they spot out Allen with a Wukong. Turns into a bush for just a sliver of a second, but Buri Ram, a back-to-back-to-back.
ฝากติดตามพวกผมนะครับรายการนี้จะเอาแชมป์มาฝากทุกคนให้ได้ครับก็
Team Aim got backing him up. Nameless goes down, slamming down on the ground. Good day from afar. He was divided with the final Booyah.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it, I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
First blood.
Quadra kill. Dominating.
Killing spree.
Unstoppable.
Killing spree.
has no means of escape to close this game out and secure the first booyah of the day. And now AG will look down towards our nominee for the Mobies here, Moshi on the opposite side, and he takes.
ปากฟรีครับ CU Indo ครับ
Don't cry, gonna be flanked from both Foki as well as Jump God, and this is the end for PE and secures that booyah.
He's gonna eventually fall still. AG, they played such a good game. This is a 2v4 scenario. Attack all around are going to get eliminated. Back to Xan! Take their first booyah here.
Walaupun kami tidak perform dengan begitu baik, sentiasalah support SPN kerana tanpa anda siapalah kami.
Hello? Yeah, bro? Hello? Is that alright? Yes, it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia knockout stage. We are on the very last day of the knockout stage. In fact, which means that after the final 6 rounds we are going to be cutting down 18 teams to 12. And of course, who would be better to bring you guys the action? Aside from me, Husky, I got my friend right here, Mr. Mustachio AJ.
It is a very exciting day. It's a day of heartbreaks, but it's also a day of celebration. If in any case, any of the teams from the bottom 6 do manage to break into the top 12, PE Sports has got absolutely nothing they can say about it, Husky. They've already done whatever they can. Yesterday, Heavy is 59 points behind them. Onyx Olympus has got 62 points to catch up to PE Sports. It's very doable in a decent day for these teams.
Yeah, we've kind of made a bit of predictions even last week leading up to today. How many, who is going to be the gatekeeper? How many teams will have a chance to catch up? I would even go as far as to say if Star Knights or Todak have a miracle run today, they might be able to even get a past PE Sports. But of course, that is a tall order, but I feel like it's doable.
Yeah, absolutely, man. But, you know, I haven't really seen Star Knights really go on that breakout run. But you are absolutely right. They're 67 points away. Toda, 93 points. It's quite the tall order. But looking at their recent performance, it's a shocker. I was not expecting Toda to hit, you know, the highs of 24, 23 points after they've been bombing out time and time again these past few weeks. But they are back in rhythm finally. I wonder if it's a tad bit too late, though.
Yeah, I hope it's not. I think even for a team like Todak, if they can somehow make it, right, it would be historical already, since the team hasn't really made it to a grand finals or playoffs in a long time. Although I would say one thing that saddens me a little bit is that we once more in a season will not get to see every single team land a unique booyah, right? Because Star Knights have exhausted their round, so we're not going to see that anymore, which is a bit of a bummer. But aside from that, I think this has been the most competitive season yet.
Absolutely, man. Of course, there is a possibility here for some of the other teams at the very top to torture the teams at the bottom, or they could very much step aside, let the grub at the bottom do the eating today. I'm pretty sure they've eaten away quite a bit of points, right? But of course, all of that hustle was so that they can earn their spot here at the Surabaya Convention Center, October 11th to 13th. I hope you've marked your calendars. I hope you booked your tickets already, because that's exactly where Point Rush as well as the Grand Finals for FFWS SEA will be happening. LAN event, baby. This is what everybody's always been begging for, and we finally get it.
Best part is that I think that we have crowds, and it's been a long time since we have crowds at any Free Fire event aside from the recent EWC. And even you can look at the time, right? 3 p.m. GMT plus 7, 4 p.m. GMT plus 8. But let's look at today's team list. We got Falcons, Expand, Todak, God of Wolves, RRQ Kazu, and Hua Esports from Group B, Evil's Divine, Onyx Olympus, WAG, Twisted Minds, Heavy, and Bigatron Delta for Group C.
Yeah, and thanks for reminding me Star Knight's not playing anymore, because, you know, a small little part of my heart actually wanted them to earn a spot for themselves. Unfortunate that they no longer can. Fingers crossed they do show up in the next season a tad bit more stronger. But as far as the teams that are still in the run here are concerned, it still could be a possibility for some of them who do not have any hope to still flex what they have out there, right? Expand as well as Toda. Expand a tad bit more because they're 241 points away from PE Sports. No way in hell anybody picks up that number of points within a day of play. But if they can pull off what they did yesterday, another booyah, maybe some flashy plays, then at least we have something to remember them by.
Yeah, I think the benchmark would be if they can overtake Vamos on the leaderboard. That would be good enough, right? They are 97 points away from that, so it is still a tall order. But it's safe to say, you know, just theoretically speaking, only 3 teams are guaranteed to not make a point rush, which means that, we're excluding Todak from the equation. So the race for 12th spot is still very much on. But one of the teams we got to highlight for today is going to be Team Falcon. So far, it's going to be average 4th place in eliminations, total damage, and assists.
A little surprising for Team Falcons, the current reigning defending champions of FFWS SEA, Spring, as well as the Esports World Cup. They haven't really been super flashy in this competition. One might think that they are playing it, kind of chill first before heading into the finals, and they are looking to make an explosive presence there. I am very sure that's exactly what they did in the previous season.
And they have shown us time and time again that, you put a team through trials and tribulation, they will eventually pay you back tenfold. And I think this is probably the toughest trial that Team Falcons have ever had to face, not just with the more competitive landscape, but also recent patches, right? Like, their favorite portal go is now almost an non-viable option with such a long buffer time. But on the other hand, we also got GOW hovering around that 11th spot, safe from PE Sports, and their averages are all in the 11th spot.
Yeah, absolutely. So now we've got the launchpad instead of the portal go. It doesn't seem to be abused as much, and I do agree with you. I mean, I guess that little buffer time with that portal go, you still can get your hands on it. The question is, do you actually want to use it? And the answer that the pro teams are giving us at this point of time is not really. And one of the teams that were making good use of the portal go in the past was GOW. They, of course, had a little bit more flexibility out there on the battlefield, but without it, they seem to be nerfed quite a little bit. That being said, though, they are still safe in the top 12.
Absolutely. And the 2 other teams that are also safe in top 12 are Hua Esports and EVO's Divine. And even when you look at the averages, right, almost the same, with EVO's Divine slightly higher in the damage department and eliminations. But overall, I think they're very equally matched. Hua Esports in 3rd spot, EVO's Divine in 8th. But the difference is just, 80 points or close to 80 points.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about Heavy, Onyx, and Todak potentially having an opportunity. And in my head, prior to the start of this day, I was just thinking one of the 3 may stand a chance of breaking into the top 12. But there is a possibility that GOW absolutely flunks out today. And PE Sports, obviously, they're not playing. There is a potential 2 of these Vietnam squads could lose their spot in the top 12. I don't see that being an impossible scenario by the end of the day.
It would be heartbreaking, right, to have only 2 of your 5 teams qualify, but at least GOW will be present to defend for themselves, because we got one more rotation of Bermuda, Purgatory, Alpine, Kalahari, and Xterra, and one last random map, which could be the lifesaver for some of these teams.
Yeah, I'm actually crossing my fingers, hoping it's Purgatory, because Purgatory is a little sad. It's the only map that has been picked one time on that randomizer. All other maps have had multiple picks on it thus far. So fingers crossed it's going to be Purgatory, smiling a tad bit more than the other maps by the end of the day. But of course, as usual, we start things off on Bermuda. And whenever we play Bermuda, between groups B and C, the top 3 teams, EVOS Divine, RRQ, as well as Falcons, slowly but surely, the Indonesian squads are overtaking the Thai teams on this map.
Especially when most of the maps right now are dominated by BRU. The fact that the BRU isn't even in top 3 on Bermuda really says a lot about the rest of the teams, right? Like Indonesia previously, you only expect them to be top 3 on Kalahari, but the fact that you got EVOS Divine and RRQ Kazu on Bermuda, and EVOS Divine wasn't even top 3 material until the second half of the knockout stage, really speaks volumes of their improvement. I mean, you really can't forget about their run from EWC, where they did finish, top 3. They finished 2nd place, in fact. So this kind of reflects that they didn't really fall off that much.
And this is the very big surprise that I had as far as Bermuda is concerned. EVOS Divine, I mean, they seem to be slacking off at the other maps, but whenever it comes to the Bermuda plays, they are absolutely sublime. 4 booyahs thus far, 91 placement points, 113 eliminations, more than all of the other squads. So let's see if or not they can pull off yet another one here. Or once again, if or not the big teams are going to step aside to allow the bottom dwellers to stand a stronger chance. Either way, we'll find out shortly as we kick off the final day of the knockout stages at Bermuda.
Something just crossed my mind, AJ. I just realized that if any of the teams overtake PE, it would be the 2nd season in a row that PE just doesn't make finals, which in of itself is a repeat of history, right? Like fate being left in the hands of everyone else. So hopefully this time it doesn't really happen. I do feel like, at least for PE Sports themselves, they had a lot to look back on. This entire season has been
Yeah.
a really rough one.
It most definitely has been a super rough one, but I'm hoping that it's not the case. But even if Heavy or Onyx manages to replace them in that 12th spot, I think it'll be a very well-deserved run for either one of them. And, I'll take it, man. Any team that has got the hustle, we'll most definitely give our voices and hearts for them as we cast these games. But this one seems to be a little bit of a party here down at Sentosa. The Malaysians have driven down to Singapore and met each other.
Hold on, just expand again. We've seen this plenty of times in the past few days, and of course, 7 starts it off with a knockdown. Raja also finds Kerchik. That's 2 expand members down, and even Shin tries to chip in, and he ends up getting taken down. That point delivered to 7. It is basically a massacre in favor of Todak. Nothing that expand can do. 4 points for the Swordfishes.
My goodness, now I did not expect that, but of course, they is still a survivor. While Esports dropping by here as well on a split push. Now, in a 2v4, I don't think Hawaii Esports stands a strong chance, but they are not at risk of being relegated. So if they want to try a couple of experiments out there just to see what their firepower is like, I am most definitely going to welcome an experiment like this.
Before anyone from the comments message me, I just want to quickly correct myself. It's not PE Sport that didn't make finals last season, thank goodness. They actually made it to EWC, they just didn't show up as much. I was thinking of a separate team. I think that team I was thinking of was GOW. In this case, they have made it, so thank goodness for that. But that's not done just yet. Trying to search for stragglers. I mean, kind of stings if you're Horror Esports to show up to this party and ended up being on the back foot, and now you're being actively hunted down by a team that has a good chance of making it into the top 12 nonetheless.
Yeah, then with a strong backup, but of course he's going to get sprayed down as well. But Death on the approach with the AWM in hand, Wings with the XM8. Obviously, Death has got the advantage here, but the problem is he does not have a clear line of sight. Raja as well as 7 will barricade themselves with those glue walls, and it looks like Raja's not holding back. He's going straight in for the flush.
There's the adrenaline right there. Good time to break the glue wall, so Death has to fall back. They do get the revive onto Yan Bin, but Todang knows that they have the upper hand now. It's just try to clean up the pieces. They know where Poppy is. They know that Death is behind that wall. The Trogon in hand with Raja quick on the trigger. Takes him out. That's 7 points for Todak, and not done just yet.
Yeah, they're not done just... I mean, ever since the re-roster after the halfway point of the knockout stage, Todak has just been a totally different beast. If only this was the roster they started off the competition with, things would have been so different for them. A tad bit of a pity here. At least Malaysia would have had a representation at the finals. But it's okay. As long as they slowly build themselves up, I'm very sure we're going to have a lot of fun casting the games over at FFWS Malaysia later on. But Expand, speaking of Malaysia, is the first team to make the exit from Bermuda.
Yeah, very unfortunate. Kind of run into Todak at the start and couldn't make it out with their lives anyways. Both Team Falcons, on the other hand, also found Straggler. I think that one was from RRQ Kazu. One of the few teams that has a chance to improve their standings, but it is a pretty tight race, right? Only the top 3 teams are not playing today, which means that from the 4th place onward, it is free for all, and Falcons have a very good chance of overtaking RRQ or even Twisted Minds if they get a good day. Bigatron Dauda run into RRQ Kazu. That's the second RRQ member down.
Yeah, unfortunately for Bigatron, they don't get to hunt down the full squad just yet, so they'll still have to go on a scouting mission to whip out a couple of more of those players from hiding and shut them down with an AWM. Koja, such a specialist with it.
Wow, 112 eliminations with the AWM. That is insane numbers. Hawaii Esports did get the full revive, but oh boy, here at Clock Tower, GOW launches themselves in, and they see a full squad of Onyx Olympus.
This one's going to be trouble for Deanne, but it's Demon with the backup from up top. Gary down on the ground. Jack desperately trying to shut down Deanne with the Trogon. Swings around, but a good solid glue wall by Jack and a response glue wall by Deanne as well. Fit for each other in a 1v1, and Demon once again with that long range backup. My goodness, this guy is on point.
Yeah, GOW came in at just the right time, spotting Onyx Olympus attempting to make a rotation, and Onyx Olympus completely caught with their pants down, losing 2 members. They do get a revive in, but do they really want to stick around? Onyx Olympus, they are going to lose their 3rd member in just a little bit once Isa finds him.
Man's choosing to sacrifice himself as the distraction, try to pull away the members of GOW as far as possible from the rest of the surviving team members. Zairu buys a lot of time. And the Riptide Rhythm breaks down his glue wall. The Rebel Rush could not save his life. GOW 4 points up.
Man, not even close. Heavy, on the other hand, also a team that wants 12 spot will have to overcome Evo's Divine first. This is incredibly crucial. Heavy putting up a good fight, but Evil's Divine just looks to be a lot more overwhelming. Hans trying to dash away with the Tatsuya, getting gunned down by In-God. Evil's Divine off to a fantastic start. That's 3 points for them.
And a beautiful start here for EVOS Divine and Heavy. It's not going to take that full damage. Pitan does manage to back away. Revival spree for the guy would not be impossible. And the UAV was the key reason as to why EVOS Divine managed to spot out so many of those players. Onyx Olympus, on the other hand, already on that run for those revivals. Falcon spotting out RRQ, at least the remaining members. Ma'al's going to get caught in a very tight spot here. Up against 2 players from the side of Falcons. No way he survives that one. Kosku gets the point for the squad.
Team Falcons making sure that they clean up what they started. Just putting a kill order out. Not just onto RQ Kazu, and now switching the target to Onyx Olympus. 2 of the 3 teams that we saw at the start who has a chance to make it to 12th spot, 2 of them have been crippled, right? Onyx Olympus and Heavy not having a good start at all. But now we also need to ask ourselves, where is Todak? What is the next plan? Because are they going to keep on going, or are they going to just play it slow until the later stages of the game?
Now GOW can help out their friendly neighbors, PE Sports, by shutting down Onyx Olympus right here, right now. On the recovery, so there's not a lot of solid loot on the side of Onyx Olympus. Diane pushing from that left-hand side, and GOW is literally going straight in for the shutdown here. T has got that Groza, so he wants to play that mid-range game up against Onyx Olympus for sure, but they have to be careful. A double AC-80 setup on the right-hand side, and they parked their car at the wrong spot. Demon with the Drogon, though, just managed to get into that window and back away from all of those shots. Kiba inside the car. That one goes up in flames, and Diane for the shutdown, but Kiba still survives, juking him.
Yeah, tries to get away with GTA style, but you're not going to run away from GOW, who are just a lot more cleaner in this gunfight. It felt like Onyx Olympus did not stand a chance. They're still in the game, but crippled once more. Heavy also getting gunned down by Bigatron Delta off screen, who at the same time found WAG. So BTR also has a couple of points under their belt.
Not the strongest map here for WAG. They do struggle with their Bermuda rotation, something they need to look into before they get to the final week for Point Rush as well as the Grand Finals in itself. Bigatron Delta will say thank you very much, and hopefully we meet again when we get to Point Rush on Bermuda. Clock Tower straight up is going to be the next looting point before they meet that next circle.
Man, that 2.5 buffer seconds is so long. Imagine spending almost 2,000 coins for something that takes ages to get you to your destination and puts you at risk as well. You essentially don't get to do anything, so you got to make it work. Well, Onyx Olympus might just end their journey here because Falcons just found Jack. On Fire gonna go in and put in the finishing touches. On Fire goes down. Oh, On Fire finds the elimination, but Onyx Olympus somehow still has a survivor.
And it seems like PE Sports are having their prayers answered, at least in Bermuda. But both the teams that are looking for the 12th spot have not been eliminated just yet. They do have an opportunity to find that recovery, but it is going to be a painful run indeed. So a rough start for the teams looking for the top 12 from the bottom 6, Heavy and Onyx. But at least they are trying.
Oh yeah, they definitely are. Even Todak are trying hard. They are trying the hardest, in fact.
Oh yeah, I mean,
9 points.
Mind-blowing, right? To look at them being at the very top of this match, 9 eliminations. It was the same thing yesterday as well. Dude, I was just shocked.
The fact that they only have 1 Booyah, right? They were kind of like the up-and-coming, you know. So shout out to Hajiat. I believe he gave them a very, very tough pep talk. It was very needed to awaken the Todak within them. Again, 9 points is a great start, but see if they can finish this strong. They gotta get a Booyah, or, well, not even a Booyah. They gotta get at least 3 Booyahs to even remotely have a chance. But chances are looking pretty good, right? They're sticking together, very well armed. They're about to make it to the late game. This is where the true test begins.
And let's see if or not Hua Esports will end up on their platter as well as they make the cross. I believe Hua Esports has already spotted them out. But the way Hua is right now, they do not want those extra engagements. Utility is pretty low on the side of Hua Esports. All of their players have already been revived. One guy does have, I believe, 1,800 coins on him, but the rest of them, I mean, look at this. Even Poppy, 2 medkits, no grenades, 4 glue walls. You get into a fight now, you're not going to sustain until that final circle.
Yeah. One Riptide Rhythm is going to really shake things up if Hua Esports are forced to fight. I mean, they do fire a shot, but it's on to Get Nice. That would give some info to Todak and their whereabouts. Get Nice does go down. It's going to impact heavy in their chances of making it to 12th spot. And not just that, RQ Kazu are going to start beelining towards where Hans is.
RRQ on that full reset as well. And I mean, Heavy and Onyx both in one frame doesn't look good. And with Jack kind of losing a lot of his HP outside the circle, this one seems to be a little bit of a troubled rotation for the squad. Heavy slowly moving away from the center of attention. They don't really want to get into the thick of the action just yet. And I think they are going to look for a little bit of extra loot on the outside. Let's catch up with them in a little bit. Bigatron Delta versus Toda. On the other hand, you've got an interference from GOW out of nowhere.
GOW might be the one that really shuts down Toda. That's something that Toda did not prep for at all, but they are already stuck in this fight, so somehow they gotta find some returns. Wings not landing his shots, and that is not good enough. Toda needs to somehow get rid of BTR because they are now stuck on that low ground with really not much space to wriggle with unless GOW starts taking out BTR, because now their backs are turned.
Yeah, Falcons do manage to find one player from the side of Heavy. Hans goes down. One more, gets one more for the team. Both teams rotating into the circle. Bigatron and Toda, but then flicking towards the right-hand side. 7 already expires. Raja now has to eat a grenade up. And look at Koja flanking around from the right-hand side, tanking the damage from the blue just so that he can sneak a couple of shots. And it will be Koja that shuts down Raja. Beautiful push coming through from Bigatron Delta. Seeing the opportunity, grabbing it. They know that this circle hurts, but not that much.
Very unfortunate circumstances for Toda, but they're still in the game for now. Can't say the same about Keybase and Onyx Olympus. He does go down in a 1v1, I believe, against Team Falcons. On fire, somehow still surviving. GOW wants to pick up some stragglers, but also under threat from separate angles. Team Falcons get to regroup, but GOW wants to keep them in place. Meanwhile, Heavy is out in 10th spot.
And this is one of our line of conversation as well earlier on when we started the show. GOW was at risk of losing their spot as well if they don't hustle. And it looks like the boys are very well aware of that. But now this is a big fight up against Falcons. It's going to be a tough one. Toda eliminated already. GOW caught in a very tight spot just at the very edge of the circle. On fire, finds one. Instantly eliminates him. And the rest of the GOW members cannot go into a full engagement just yet. Grenade launcher does find one. Instant shutdown once again. 2 more survivors. Deanne goes down. One final one as Iza does manage to get the knock. That player himself is going to get picked up, and Iza with a sliver of health will fall as Bigatron Delta now hops into the fight.
Riptide Rhythm breaks all of the blue wall, so it exposes BTR for now, allowing for a knock onto Kyung. But there's a Riptide Rhythm from another angle. RQ Kazu once Falcon's hit. Falcon able to extract 2 of their members, but it does leave BTR in the hands of RQ Kazu. In fact, they actually all end up dropping. Team Falcons eliminated.
Yep, a reminder for everyone, EVOS Divine, the best team on Bermuda. Whenever you put C and B together, these groups have always seen the Indonesians rise to the occasion to grab the booyah. And the second ranked team is actually RRQ. So EVOS and RRQ both still alive and kicking. I thought RRQ was done earlier already, but this is a phenomenal recovery coming through from the squad.
What a recovery. 5 eliminations from Ma'ao, 4 for Abe. They are really pulling the weight. Quad Esports still in the game. This time up against EVOS Divine. Let's see if the leaders of Bermuda can keep that title. This Labyrinth and Peak doesn't feel too good anymore when half of it is submerged in the blue zone. They are gonna try and go for the offense, but EVOS Divine are also surrounded by Twisted Minds.
Yeah, great Riptide Rhythm there just to break down the confidence of Hua Esports, forcing them to scatter, and EVOS Divine just escaped clean, right? Because Hua Esports was waiting to ambush them the moment they stepped out of the maze. Now, great play coming through from Hua as they rotate over from the left-hand side, absolutely empty, very close to this next circle. But they're still keeping their eye on EVOS Divine, and they're hoping to be able to catch them off guard.
Oh man, that is so unlucky. Gary actually found an RQ member, but wasn't able to take him down before he went down. But it's quite a miracle that Onyx Olympus are in top 5 considering the start they got in this round. Yeah. Exposy does get knocked down. ABAC just got eliminated. And it's going to be AimGod trying to go for more, but Diamond wins that trade. It's Razor that picks up Exposy in the end. It's about to get bloody.
Yeah, Jack understands the mission, man. Just stay silent, don't say anything, don't shoot anyone, and just get the placement points. He steals away 2 points on top of everything else. Jack just carrying his whole squad on his shoulders. No revives, no problem. But now he gets shot at. He's got a tree to work as cover, a couple of glue walls, brings out yet another grenade. He's gonna sidestep that one. How long can Jack still stay alive as everybody tries to take him down? This man is not giving up just yet.
Iron Will for sure. He made it to top 3 just like that. RQ Kazu will finally clean him up, but he has done more than enough. This is in of itself a miracle for Onyx Olympus, and it sets the stage for this final showdown between Hua Esports and RRQ.
Onyx needed 62 points to overtake PE Esports. My goodness, this is a fantastic start to grabbing those points. Now, Hua Esports versus RRQ in a decent 4v4. And the ones that have the slightly better advantage here is Hua Esports. They can rotate over to the right-hand side. They've got a lot of trees to work as that natural defense as well, not needing to waste their glue walls.
Gonna be a potential rush from the eastern side by Hua Esports. They're trying to come in, but Razor keeps them at bay. That's the Riptide Rhythm. Actually goes wide from Hua. Might be the fatal mistake though. Razor runs around the corner, finds Shin already with the Trogon. So Hua Esports loses their first member. Razor, what a rush. And now they're all trapped in the same spot. Two behind the boulder, Poppy in the front lines. Razor just goes straight in for the heart of Hua Esports with Ma'ao coming in from the side. Grenades raining from afar. Death goes down. RRQ Kazu surrounding Hua Esports. And this should be booyah for RRQ Kazu with a hell of a recovery in Bermuda.
My goodness, every single player got taken down on that revive, lacking of loot. They slowed down the pace. They just disappeared from the map for quite a little bit and then reappeared towards the final two circles and wreaked havoc. And they maintained their dominance on Bermuda, making sure that Indonesian flag continues to fly high.
It's not grand finals just yet, AJ, but I feel like we are already getting a taste of what that grand finals might look like. So many intricate details. Onyx Olympus with the miraculous survival tale, and then RRQ Kazu with one of the greatest recovery runs we have seen. And even Todak off to a great start. Teams really having a goal that they focus on, and RRQ Kazu is the one team that managed to fulfill it.
There's a huge possibility RRQ goes on a breakout run here today after kind of suffering a little bit of a dip in performance the past couple of days of play, right? They are currently on 14 booyahs after striking hard on Bermuda, and I'm very sure they are looking for at least 2 more so that they can overtake Buriram in terms of the highest number of booyahs scored within the knockout stage, and they're not too far away from it at all.
Now, they were the leaders of booyahs for a long time before they went on that dip. So RQ Kazu, again, when they have a good round, it looked amazing, right? Like very less teams can make that sort of a recovery after being gunned down from the start for the first 5-6 minutes. You have to go on revival sprees, you have to start getting points, getting your weapons back, and still believe enough in your abilities to win gunfights. That is something that I think RQ Kazu has shown us time and time again. They just need the right conditions.
And of course, a lot of unfortunate moments out there for teams like Heavy, but Onyx Olympus, I thought they were unfortunate as they got caught outside. But this survivor, Jack, just waited for the opportune moment, and the opportune moment not just to get into the circle and play those placement points, but also to sneak away eliminations. Other players got the knock. The guy just worked on stealing away the extra points.
Yeah, even got 2 extra placement points at the very end, after being able to weather the storm of having 3 RQ members fire at him for a good 30 seconds. So Onyx Olympus getting very good reads on the map, but also managing to always buy enough time for themselves, right? Started from Clock Tower where GOW found them, took out half their squad, and then Falcons found them, and then BTR found them, and they still survived until 3rd place.
The insane thing is, until the final circle sequence, they had 0 eliminations. So the 2 that he stole away was the only thing the team got. But of course, let's see exactly what the Booyah winners have to say for their victory. Let's throw it over to Indonesia and Baby Lee.
Congratulations, RRQ Kazu, make some noise! Wow, it's amazing to watch the Indonesian team secure the first Booyah today. And I have to say, such a great performance from RRQ Kazu. And now, I want to chit-chat with one of the RRQ Kazu player first. Hi, Abai.
Hi.
Can you say hi to audience here?
Hello.
All right. So, how long have you been a pro player?
Sudah berapa lama kamu jadi pro player?
Kurang lebih 2 tahun.
Approximately 2 years. He has been a pro player.
Wow, so long, right? So, what's the biggest mistake throughout your career as a pro player?
Apa kesalahan terbesar sepanjang karir kamu jadi pro player?
Banyak, nggak tahu.
He said he has a lot of mistakes throughout his career as a pro player, but so he doesn't remember it.
All right. So how do you handle pressure when the game does not go as planned?
Gimana cara kamu menghadapi tekanan ketika gamenya itu tidak berjalan sesuai rencana kamu?
Paling ingat kata-kata itu sih. Tidut. Kan dia yang ngarahin terus.
He said he tried to remember what Dudes said because Dudes directs him.
Dudes, say what? Yes.
Tenang, Bay, tenang, Bay, tenang, Bay.
He said it's something along the line like by just calm and be collected.
Alright. So last question for me, from me, your prediction. Who will be the bottom 6 in the knockout stage?
Menurut prediksi kamu, siapa tim yang akan ada di 6 terbawah? Dari knockout stage, sorry.
Mungkin semua tim.
Ya, menurut prediksi kamu, siapa yang akan jadi 6 tim terbawah dari knockout stage ini?
Expand. Terus Todak. Famos. Star Nike. Terus
Two more.
Heavy.
Heavy,
Sama P.
alright. What?
P Sport.
Esports. Alright. So I'm wondering, what's your preparation for Point Rush and Grand Final in the Surabaya?
Kita penasaran gimana sih persiapan kalian buat Point Rush dan Grand Final di Surabaya?
Persiapan kita sama kayak biasanya. Mungkin apa ya? Kalau misal mau kemana-mana bareng sih.
He said it will be the same as usual. It's probably we're going to go everywhere with each other.
Alright, thank you so much for taking the time and good luck for Indonesian team today. So, we still have 5 games after this and we cannot wait to see how's the next game. And shout caster, let's hand it over to the caster.
Thank you, Beverly and Gwen. Of course, Indonesia always love it when they started hard with a booyah. You hear it from the man. Too much mistakes, don't remember, but it's fine as long as we keep our eyes on the prize.
I don't know if that's a flex, but it's okay. I'm just going to let that one slide. But what's the most important thing here is he remembered all of the teams that are in the bottom 6. I thought he was not going to be able to recall, but he threw PE Sports in there. He is so confident that PE is not going to be making it through as the top 12 into Point Rush as well as Grand Finals. I wonder if he's going to be proven wrong because, Onyx Olympus, I thought they were not going to make it. Many a times I thought, okay, they were going to crash out. But then Jack just pulled through the super survival mode, sneaking away points off of other squads, and then surviving as the 3rd team. I mean, he just needs to repeat that 5 more times.
Yeah, I mean, if RQ Kazu puts their faith in you to make it to top 12, you better make it to top 12, right? It's not like PE Sports can fight back, and Onyx Olympus still got 5 more rounds. But to be fair, to be very fair, if I want to talk about which teams are not going to make it, I just need to say the Malaysian teams, and I got half of it right. And he did. It's sad to say, but that's the case. He's also the MVP for Game 1, 7 eliminations with 2.6k damage and 3 headshots.
Yeah, great stuff here, man. Now, let's take a look at the odds of Onyx Olympus. I'm sorry, RRQ, but the conversation's not about you guys today. Onyx Olympus, they have had days where they've scored 78 points, 95 points, but those are the only 2 times they have exceeded what's required today, which is 62 points. They've had quite a number of days to play, and if they've only done it twice, then that puts the odds down very low, but at the very same time, these people scored 95 points, bro. So there is a miracle hiding somewhere in there that could still pop up today.
Yeah, plenty of chances, honestly, right? Like, we are not expecting for some of these teams to go on a run that, you crush someone with 30, 40 points. You just need an average 15 points, 20 points per game. And you don't even need to do it every single game. The bar isn't that high. It's a matter of whether they can kind of pull through with it. But I mean, in this game, it's primarily Mao and Abai that comes in with the eliminations. Dus is just full-on assist mode. 9 assists, in fact, as the bomber.
I'm actually very impressed with what we are seeing right now. This team does not really need to really hustle. They can just sit back, kick back, and just enjoy the ride because they've technically qualified already. They've done more than enough to get into Point Rush Grand Finals, but still they're so serious about what potential mistakes were made on that game and how they can even sharpen up even further before heading into the next match. That's a little ridiculous because they just hit the booyah. They're already prepping. I mean, all the mistakes that he probably doesn't remember is because the coach has already drilled it into their head so many times, right? It's like, no, I've been scolded for too many of these. Don't give me more homework to think about.
Something that I kind of heard or read about before is also not remembering is actually not that bad of a thing, because some people harp on it, right? And maybe for RQ Kazu, that's the mentality that they're going for. And the nature of competitive Free Fire is, yeah, sure, you have a fantastic group knockout stage. You go to playoffs, everything goes back to zero. So if you have anything you need to iron out, you gotta do it every single step of the way.
Yeah, double-edged sword, right? I mean, if you're a poor performing team and you keep forgetting what you did wrong, then it's going to be a little unfortunate for you out there. But if you're RRQ, you kind of falter sometimes, you make a couple of mistakes, you don't let that kind of bog you down. You go out, it's a brand new game, brand new opportunity, and you try to go all out to secure that booyah, you are going to be able to succeed. I think we can bring, teams like Expand, Toda, even, what was the other team that was struggling for quite a little... Vamos, yes, absolutely correct. And these three teams, when they are on, dude, they are absolutely blazing out there on the battlefield. But looking at this game standings, it is skewed towards the top. 28 points secured by RRQ. The rest of them are pretty average on the right-hand side.
Yeah, very, very average. Even Evo's Divine, right? I thought they would have, 2-3 more points, but no, they are just tied with GOW and Todak. And of course, for Todak, it's a bit unfortunate. They ran into BTR. I feel like the coach would look back at that exchange and really drill something into them, because I feel like it was a bit of an error in terms of their rotation, but that's going to be left to the coaching team themselves. Overall standings, top 12 not important, but bottom 6 is Onyx Olympus, getting closer to PE Sports, but the rest is still quite a distance, right? I mean, Heavy didn't have a good game. Toda had a pretty average game, but the bar for them to clear is higher.
Yeah, solid overtake here for Onyx, leaving Heavy behind. But of course, Heavy didn't really fall too far behind, just 6 points away from Onyx Olympus now. This is still going to be a neck-and-neck fight all the way down to the very end. But I'm not very much excited about how Heavy was approaching that situation. I think it was all a little bit too scattered, Husky. I wish their path would get a little bit more clearer, just like how we can get your camera a little clearer.
Yeah, I have no idea why I'm trying to do a magic trick, but for some reason, maybe this is my expectation. It's a bit blurred out as well. I can't seem to get this to work properly, right? Like he just decides to kind of blur me out.
That's what Heavy was saying. Coach, we just can't seem to make the strategy work.
It's Purgatory. I'll have some time to give my camera a bit of a pep talk. But when it comes to Purgatory, I want to see if teams like WAG can kind of step back up. I think WAG, Hua, given some great promises, BTR as well. But for me, I want to see Toda again. I think to catch up to PE Sports now just became like 5 times harder just because they didn't score a monstrous round 1. But there is still a glimmer of hope for them to make that happen. But now it relies on GOW to kind of fall behind, and that is close to impossible.
Top 3 teams on this map. We're going to leave Buriram and AG Global out of the conversation. They're done and dusted with their matches already. Top 3 as far as B and C is concerned is RRQ, WAG, as well as Twisted Minds. So yes, you did highlight WAG earlier. The problem here is RRQ is still in the question at Purgatory. They just got a booyah, and if they still rip away all of those precious points on the battlefield, as well as continue to remain aggressive, then the teams that are vying for these extra points, very specifically Onyx as well as Heavy, they are going to struggle for quite a little bit. So the only strategy that I can see here, Husky, is to pull an RRQ on RRQ. Just go in for the loot, stay as silent as possible, and run away from all gunfights until you reach the final 3 circles.
Yeah, I think I agree with that idea, but we'll see if the teams can pull it off, because again, I feel like the bar for some of these teams to reach that is a lot different, right? Like if I want Onyx to do it, it's easier because they have lesser gaps to kind of cover. But for teams like Todak and Heavy, oh boy, it's gonna get infinitely tougher. We're gonna head to Purgatory, where all punishment is dealt out in the underworld. We'll see if Todak can survive that.
Absolutely, man. I mean, thinking of an idea is one thing. Finding the execution perfectly of that idea on the battlefield is a whole other, especially in a battle royale where you can plan your pathway as much as possible, but you have no idea exactly who and when they are going to come across your path and try to wreak a little bit of havoc in your life. But of course, as we set up the flight path of Purgatory, let's see first of all, if or not we do have any spicy hot drops here, and very close for Team Falcons up against RRQ. This perhaps could be a little bit of extra hope for the other teams. If Falcons does take on RRQ early on, smash them instantly, then perhaps the other teams can pick up some extra points.
It just so happens that they both share a very well, they share drop spots in very close proximity, right? Like Lumber Mill usually is occupied by one of the Group A teams, but Expand, this is definitely not what they want. Dropping into the same spot as Hua Esports. We all saw how that happened in Bermuda, where they both shared the same spot, but with Todak involved. But this one is crucial. Todak has to somehow win this. Heavy with the first takedown means the chances for Todak has just gone down.
Yeah, great play coming through from Hans here. He was getting clipped by Wings from afar. Managed to get that Rebel Rush perfectly well-timed. Sprays down his opponent. Secures the elimination from a safe distance behind his glue wall as well. So great start from Heavy. I thought they just made a terrible mistake with that hot drop. But Hua Esports up against Expand. This one seems to be going the opposite way. Yanbin does manage to get that double for himself to turn the tables instantly though.
It's such a weird, it's just a weird interaction between Hua and Expand. It felt like Expand didn't really gauge the situation properly, because he clearly turned his back once he realized that the fight was going down the wrong path, but at that point it was too late. You gotta be a bit more decisive if you are Expand. Todak not out of the water just yet. Wings got found by Heavy, and Kabi, he's in a 1v1 against Raja, so Heavy really wants to shut this show down.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But of course, as you speak of Heavy, Raja shows up to take their dreams and absolutely crush it. Get Nice, gonna be tagging up Hans from afar, but here's Traps as well. I am not too sure if or not he knew exactly who was in the car, but Traps with the Woodpecker trying his very best to find that line of sight. He works it out very well. Get Nice does manage to drop him. 7 tagged up already. Hans moving in for that revival, pulls it off perfectly. Raja as well as 7 up against Hans, and that AC-80 does not find enough bullets matching the player.
Yeah, Raja has to do mad work, him and 7, because losing that backline means absolute disaster, and now it's down to Raja. Can he get a revive at least though? That's a vending machine right behind him, but he's now being pressured by Vitan. The road ends here for Todak in Purgatory, and Heavy survives.
Yeah, you know you can salute Heavy right here, right now, because Toda is not the weak form of Toda that we saw at the start of the competition. This is the prime form of Toda at FFWS SEA Fall, and Heavy just took them out clean. 5 eliminations claimed off of that squad. Beautiful stuff coming through from Heavy, and obviously they are motivated right now. Onyx did take the lead. They are 6 points ahead of Heavy, and Heavy has just cut that down to 1 now.
If you ask, kind of the Vietnam Free Fire fans, when was the last time you see Heavy in the grand finals? Probably in forever. So this would be a very sweet return if they make it there. But for Keybase, he's got a lot of work he needs to do, because Hua Esports, after eliminating 3 Expand members, they're out for more. Turns around 180, Yanbin with the takedown.
Oh, what a beautiful 180 there. And Yanbin was technically supposed to be at a disadvantage, as the animation of jumping through that window does put you at a disadvantage for a couple of seconds. His opponent just could not take advantage of that. And a very surprising start by Onyx Olympus. The 4 players choosing to take very split drops out there of the battlefield. And they were, I guess, assuming that they were not confident with their own drop spots. They were afraid of encountering a team and being wiped out early. So assuming that they drop separately on different spots, the survivors could bring in the revives. But I am not a big fan of that idea at all.
Definitely not in this circumstance. Let me expand it, bring the whole team back. Thankfully, maybe not for long though. Kachik is about to be surrounded by WAG. 1v3, almost impossible to get out of this situation. Yeah, not even a chance.
And of course, Krillin finds that way too easy. Shotgun straight to the head. Barely needed to waste the bullets. Cyrus finds another one. And WAG, I don't think they are intending this, but they are literally gunning down the players of Expand. But it's the reverse situation here. 3 players of Expand surrounding the WAG player. Only difference is they're a tad bit too far, and the launch pad puts the rest of the WAG members in close proximity of Expand. This is trouble for Achap.
That is crazy. They use the binoculars just to check out that angle, and because of that they found Achap. They take him out, and it puts Exo in an impossibly difficult spot. He is going to be the next one on chopping block for sure. They will just drive into him with the monster trap, put him a blue wall, separate him with from his teammates. Alan just executes him publicly. Expand just has no room to breathe at all.
That was a beautiful move from Alan, throwing his monster truck on the right-hand side of the tree and then jumping out through the left. So that if the guy runs away from his shots, he's going to get mowed down by the monster truck that he let running down the hill. A brilliant move if the monster truck had found its connection, but either way, he got the shots. Mechanical skills, supremacy for Alan. Twisted Minds trying to get away from EVOS Divine. EVOS Divine did not have the greatest of games at Bermuda as we expected them to, so perhaps here's their recovery.
Didn't make it to top 5. Them and Twisted Minds both sharing the same predicament in the previous round. But obviously for Twisted Minds, feeling a lot more relaxed, sitting in the 4th spot and have a very good chance of breaking into the top 3 after this, depending on where RRQ Kazu ends up as well. So they will have a stalemate, but for Falcons and BTR, there's no ceasefire. One more already down on that bridge.
Yeah, say hello to my Riptide Rhythm, says Bigatron Delta, smashing down all of their defenses. One more N-Feeder down on the ground. Dix approaches with the Trogon, and the players, they all funnel in at the very same glue wall. Now, this is just not a great idea at all for Mr. Falcon. Koskew's going to get burned down to the ground. And I believe there was one revive before they got taken out.
Yeah, I think there is, but BTR did get 6 eliminations as RQ Kazu also, I think, found someone who is just alone out in the open. I mean, if you're Team Falcons, you want to cross that bridge to Surabaya, you got to pay the toll, right? You got to pay the tax.
Yeah.
BTR takes out 3 of them for 6 points. And Onyx Olympus, they find revivals, but finally the fight between EVOS Divine and Twisted Minds will now begin.
I didn't even see that revive from Falcons. These boys just way too fast. But Aim God, hoping to be as fast, pulls the flank from the right-hand side, but Apex beats him to it from that left, and they do manage to get the first takedown. And now G'day with an opportunity. His opponent with a sliver of health could not stand up against him. Twisted Minds absolutely wrecked by EVOS.
Completely dismantled. It felt like Twisted Minds really came close to crippling them, but maybe GOW can. They're passing by on the high ground with 3 separate vehicles. It was Divine. They have decent weapons to engage in this if they so wish to. Aim God letting them pass by. I think the call is just to let GOW settle down.
Yeah, let the rich kids do rich kids things, right? Flashy cars, just whizzing by. EVOS Divine not looking to compete with them. They do have some flashy rides, but no, they'll let them have their time first. 4 eliminations, more than enough for EVOS Divine. They do have this next circle as well. Not choosing to gatekeep anyone, but looking for a better defensive spot. And you know they are pretty scarce on Purgatory.
Yeah, Aim God going on a bit of a reconnaissance mission. Leaf just trying to spot out where the GOW members are. Something is telling me that EVOS Divine are planning an attack onto GOW in the next minute or 2. But Expand somehow got the whole team back. And they're about to lose Kachik again.
FGL shot from off screen. Kachi has got the Trogon. Can he at least get one knock? Answers no. Allen meets him halfway, and it will be the M1014 that breaks through that. Glue wall breaker, Mr. Iza, with the 5th glue wall shut down in this game alone. Let's see if or not Expand on their revival spree can get to this next circle, because as quickly as they're being taken out of the equation, they're bringing back their players in. So the survivors are just basically hunting down coins.
I bet you EVOS Divine definitely regretted trying to kind of do a bit of recon mission on the GOW because they had to expand glue walls. They lost one of their vehicles and they are now on the run, and they might force them into Hua Esports. So little butterfly effect for EVOS Divine right here. No glue walls nor utilities for ABAX.
I mean, this is what happens when you try to gun down someone else and not focus on your own defensive plays. Now, these guys are super low on utilities. I don't know who made the choice of trying to attack GOW, but great retaliation by GOW, just absolutely shutting down their vehicles before they could even reach halfway close to them. Expand, trying to run away, but don't fall right in front of WAG again.
Just not catching a grip at all. 2 of them stuck together in that building. BTR shouldn't be able to get a clear line of sight for now. And yeah, I mean, you're not in a rush to hunt them down. If you're BTR, you just literally can chill and wait for the next phase. The onus is on Expand to somehow recover from the first 10 minutes of just surviving the round.
Impressive that Heavy has got the most number of eliminations thus far, but this next engagement is going to be very difficult for them up against RRQ. A team that is most definitely geared for some heavy fights. 6 eliminations strong for Heavy. They don't really need to do much. They just need to chill. 2 players on the side of Falcons on that revival though. Are they going to drop by this compound of Heavy and give them extra free points? Answers no. They are going to be dropping towards that right-hand side of the map instead.
I mean, it's going to be very important Expand hears this. Falcons definitely hears this. And Heavy is a team that's caught in the middle. Of course, Get Nice is on fire right now. He has 4 elims. Basically, majority of the eliminations on this team is on him. Can Heavy play to that strength? RQ Kazu, they're not budging. I love this.
They're working the mini Uzi. Okay, Get Nice throws the mini Uzi away, picks up the Woodpecker instead. Yeah, a little bit better. But has got the M1014 in hand. I'm pretty sure he is on the hunt for a Drogon. Problem is, no Drogons around this area to loot up. Falcons, my goodness, scattered on the map. But thankfully, nobody's behind them to force them into some heavy engagements just yet. GOW have got a very decent defensive spot. But Bigatron Delta trying to steal that away from them.
Man, so if you want to take a shot like that, you have to make sure that it pays off. And now he has just attracted the rest of BTR. He exposed himself, sure, but there's also a separate Expand member who is waiting to see if he can catch someone, and that might go up in smoke. Onyx Olympus getting found out by Hua Esports. The shot was not going to land. Thankfully, Onyx Olympus still gets someone out, but Jack this time will not be able to survive. Yanbin with a time turner forces out a couple of glue walls from Jack again, but Dev will snipe him from afar.
Poppy finds one more as well. Hua Esports on a string of knockdowns as well as eliminations. Now, the rest of the Onyx Olympus survivors are still here, but it looks like it's going to be mission impossible to get into this next circle. They played survival so well earlier on. I wonder if they can pull off a miracle play yet again. G'day with a few fine connections onto the player from the side of GOW, but they also need to find this next zone, which is being held by both GOW and Falcons.
Meanwhile, BTR and WAG stand off at the edge of the cliff. It's like a cinematic movie playing out all on its own. Glue wall separating both Alan and Kyong. Krillin throwing grenades, getting blasted by a cluster from Koja. He's gonna go down. A second one comes through. Good secure. Iko does get knocked down by Cyrus, but Diggs instantly comes around. The corner takes down Alan. The blue wall will not stand for long. Alan is just building it as fast as he can, but X4 calls for the retreat. Alan behind the craze. Kyung around the corner to go for the encircling, and this should be it for WAG as BTR just have the numbers to work with.
Yeah, Bigatron Delta just going in for the flush, but WAG just building glue wall after glue wall all around them. Off screen, GOW does the dirty, shutting down EVOS Divine, claiming those points to keep them in the top 12 for sure.
Expand, someone just flew in. Gary definitely did fly in, and he went down as well. X4 getting caught off guard. Exo somehow gets taken down. Launchpad trying to get Alan away. Hicks couldn't get him to go down with the Groza. But maybe Alan will be taken down by Shin or even Achap, who are taking multiple different points on that terrain.
Yeah, WAG's player just not in the greatest position, and you're right, Achap has got clear line of sight up against him, but he also needs to deal with the shots that he is receiving. GOW losing 2 players, both of them bleeding out. Demon cannot reach them to pick them up just yet, and Hua Esports gonna be able to take that final player, put him in a coffin, and rip away all points off of GOW.
WAG just got knocked out in 8th place.
Wait, what?
While Hua Esports continuing to survive, but GOW is still in the game. Somehow, by hanging on by a thread, is Demon being surrounded by Team Falcons right now. He just could not catch a break. And that is going to give time for Hua Esports to plan their next move, as they did lose Dev. But actually, Demon, he's not moving. Do they not know?
This is a super smart play coming through from Demon. Just stay silent and hope and pray that Falcons focus on Hua Esports instead. Poppy will get a double for himself, and Falcons being burned down to the ground. Demon finally runs out of his defense, and the man still surviving. Can he get a knock as Falcons falter on that 6th spot?
That is infuriating for Team Falcons. Literally caught off by the Demon. But this should be the end for him. Demon needs a goddamn miracle to come back from this, and Yanbin will not allow it. So GOW out in 5th place, and Hua Esports with 15 eliminations.
Oh, and RRQ finally catching up with Team Heavy, but it is an equal 3v3 fight. Can they hang on? Abe, Razor, all of them say absolutely no Mustachio as they wipe the floor with Team Heavy. Heavy takes 4th spot, but that is good enough. They have survived and they've gotten enough eliminations to catch up once again with Onyx Olympus.
Deuce does not have time to heal up. The Retiratum is going to ensure that he goes down. Razor also falls. BTR and Hua Esports working in tandem to get rid of RRQ Kazu. Set themselves for this final showdown. Both teams only have 3 members to work with. RQ Kazu still has 1 surviving member, and I don't think they know about it. Not that they have time to even consider that. Hua Esports forced out to the low ground.
Both teams have got 1 Booyah thus far on Purgatory each. Yanbin and Poppy going in for the mad push. Shin way too far away. Can he provide them the backup they desperately need? Poppy's gonna get caught out from the back as he turns his back on the players of Bigatron Delta. Yanbin as well makes the exact same mistake. Shin has been spotted out already, and this all comes crushing down for Hua Esports as Bigatron Delta wraps up a decent booyah on Purgatory.
Indonesia is going to set off fireworks by the end of tonight. A second booyah for the region. This one now attained by Bigatron Delta. Their 7th booyah in the knockout stage. And even having the Cassie electrotherapy turning Pyong into a literal Terminator at the very end. Just very good positioning. I think most teams could not get BTR to get off where they are, and they had the perfect read on the circle.
And groups B and C is always going to have the spotlight thrown onto the Indonesians. You literally have 4 out of 5 teams from Indonesia playing in this group combination, and Bigatron Delta just making good use of that, right? They understand exactly how their brothers work around the battlefield. All they need to do is just avoid them as much as possible and focus on their own strengths. And Bigatron Delta did that so well in this game.
Especially this final circle, right? Able to force Hua Esports to go on the low ground and just go in straight for the rush. The support was too much from afar. There's really nothing much that Hua Esports could realistically do in the situation. They made it to the high ground a bit too late, and BTR playing together as a unit was more than enough to get rid of Hua Esports.
Yeah, and it was Bigatron Delta just controlling the pace as well as the movement of all of the players within that final sequence of battle. So beautiful to watch. They technically knew exactly what they were going to force their opponents to do, and Hua Esports just literally fell into the trap 100%. But of course, a little bit earlier in the game, Falcons, this is where I expected them to kind of falter, but that was a instant revival that we didn't even see, and the team actually continued to survive.
Only to get taken out by Demon, which was in of itself very unfortunate, right? Didn't really check the corners properly. In the end, this was the fight that allowed Bigatron Delta to really break free. They had an extended fight against WAG, and then expand, and Hua Esports showed up. BTR somehow got rid of WAG and made it until the end, only to meet up with Hua Esports again and to take the win.
And Heavy was just overstaying their welcome at the defensive spot. Obviously, it was the only HUD available in that final circle, and someone was going to go for it. They just did not expect that someone to be right behind them. It was RRQ, and the onslaught from RRQ was just something they could not sustain. And like you said, man, that electrotherapy from Cassie just turning Kyong into a battle station of his own, man, just absolutely worked his best up against his opponents. And Bigatron Delta, a beautiful booyah from them.
Yeah, fantastic. Bigatron Delta already safe in top 12 anyways, but wouldn't hurt to put in a couple more booyahs, right? One of the few teams that started off the knockout stage being the highlights, you know, alongside Hua Esports, alongside WAG. People were like, holy cow, these teams are actually good, and BTR was the dark horse. Not too shabby, right? Guaranteeing a slot in knockout, in Point Rush and Grand Final. Can't wait to see what else they have to say.
Honestly, I thought Bigatron Delta was only going to be able to be flashy up against Falcons, but of course, they managed to prove that they are more than that. We are going to hop on over to the interview, so let's throw the cameras back to Baby Lee.
Congratulations, Bigatron Delta! Incredible performance from Indonesian team successfully got the second booyah today. And I'm excited to hear more about the experience during the game. That's why I'm here with Ikal beside me. Hi, Ikal.
Hi.
Do you feel great today?
Kemarin sakit. Sekarang gimana rasanya?
Rasanya alhamdulillah udah mulai membaik lah dari hari-hari sebelumnya.
He said, thank God that his health is improving today.
Wow, welcome back again to play in the FFWS SEA 2024 fall. And now I want to ask you, you cut Team Falcons during the game. Was that on purpose?
Tadi kan kamu ngangkat tim Falcon tuh. Itu tuh sengaja atau enggak sih?
Gak tahu sih, itu cuma ya main doang, main sama teman. Cuman apa namanya? Ngasal doang, ngasal.
Okay.
He said that wasn't on purpose, we were just playing. So yeah, that was it.
But I'm not thirsty. Okay, so during your team together, have you ever had a misunderstanding?
Kalian kan udah lama nih bareng-bareng. Kalian tuh pernah ada nggak sih kesalahpahaman?
Sering banget, sampai sekarang pun juga masih ada kok.
Oh, alright.
He said there was a lot of misunderstanding even until now.
Can you tell me what is that?
bisa nggak kasih tahu apa aja sih contoh kesalahpahamannya?
Rahasia dapur itu. Rahasia dapur.
Oh, it's a secret, so he cannot reveal it.
Alright, Tigel. So, last but not least, what's the key to maintain a positive atmosphere in the team during intense game?
Apa sih kuncinya untuk menjaga situasi yang positif, biar tetap positive vibe pada saat game itu lagi menegangkan?
Contohnya tadi match 1 ada sih kita kayak ribut dalam game. Tapi aku langsung ada beberapa player kayak ribut, langsung ditenangin aja. Udah fokus aja dengan game ini, lanjutin dulu.
He basically said that to keep the positive atmosphere is to try to be calm and collected, so we can just focus on the game.
Alright, with positive sentence, positive word maybe, yes. Alright, so for last, maybe you have a message for audience.
Terakhir mungkin kamu ada pesan-pesan untuk penonton sini.
Buat penonton jangan lupa dukung kita nanti di Surabaya sih. Doain kita juara.
Alright, make some noise for Bigetron Delta! We will see later about the next game. So, Shoutcaster, take it away.
You must be on cloud 9 if you are Ikal. When you were with the squad was absolutely moving over teams. You took a sick leave and the team kind of was, 50-50 out there on the battlefield. The moment you get back, you strike yet another booyah. I mean, that's what a true fighter brings to his team. The confidence as well as the capability, Aske.
Well, 100%. I mean, if you want to take advice, you better take it from one of the veterans in the scene. But of course, we cannot forget about Koja, who also had a great round this game as the bomber. That 5 elimination, even landing some pretty sick 1v1 takedowns with grenades of all things against the fight between them and WAG. He was the one that really opened up the entire skirmish for his team.
Yeah, he's not too shabby with the woodpecker from a distance as well. I mean, this guy is a Swiss Army knife for sure. 5 eliminations, truly well deserved. I'm pretty curious as to what the team ended the game with overall. Either way, like you said earlier on, Bigetron Delta was already safe. They didn't really need to overdo whatever they had out there on the battlefield. But of course, they do want to catch up with their brothers, EVOS Divine, that are currently ahead of them, or at least they were ahead of them by about 20-ish points earlier on. So I'm pretty sure this would have gotten them a tad bit closer.
Yeah, just ever so closer, and maybe even a chance to overtake EVOS at the end of it. When we look at the team stats, right, Bigetron Delta is one of the few teams that runs the Cassie. A lot more utility focus, but allows them to play as a team as well. You got Cassie with the electrotherapy, you got 2A1, 2-4, so I can't dash into you, but if I want to run into you and start dealing massive damage by disabling your abilities, I sure as heck can do that.
It's surprising that they're still running the A124 so confidently when all of the other players out there are most definitely running the Joseph, right? But of course, it seems to be working for the team. They are very much in love with those CQCs. They love to get up close and personal, just get the job done. From a distance, this team does not strike a lot. I mean, you don't see them finding full-on squad eliminations just through those snipers. So it seems like their setup has been giving them a lot of benefits. 5+5 in the top 5 for Bigetron Delta. But we also have the highlights here for 2 players out of Hawaii Esports, Yan Bin as well as Shin.
I checked in on them. So they didn't get the booyah, sure, but they did finish second place. So that is a huge point injection for them. I think this also guarantees that no matter how well GOW plays today, there is no way that they can overtake Hawaii Esports. They're basically stuck in 11th spot.
Yeah, there's just no way, man. Like close to 100 points between GOW as well as Hawaii Esports. Even in the wildest dream for GOW, there's no way they're going to be able to overtake them. But the good news here is we still have quite a bit of dominance from Vietnam in FFWS SEA. That's something you and I would have never imagined saying 2 years ago.
Oh, definitely not. I mean, Vietnam has definitely stepped up their game, right? It took them a longer time, right? Indonesia was the team that looked incredibly hungry, but to see Vietnam on the board and already having representatives in that point rush, it brings a smile to my face. But BTR, 26 points, and Hawaii Esports with 25. That itself already shows us that these two teams had a great purgatory round.
Yeah, hustle, man. I mean, I absolutely love what esports is doing here towards the tail end of the knockout stages, just showing us a little bit of what they started off the competition with. I don't know if this is intentional, but either way, I really don't care. As long as they can recover their pacing before heading into Point Rush as well as Grand Finals, Vietnam stands a very strong chance of shocking the whole of Indonesia as well as the Thai squads. But we still have to focus towards the bottom. Heavy as well as Onyx. Little by little, they get closer to PE Sports. PE is sweating right now watching the broadcast.
Yeah, basically watching the entire final day of knockouts with bated breath, right? You gotta somehow pray that Heavy doesn't get 45 points. And you gotta pray that Onyx doesn't land another 50 points. That is the benchmark that they gotta achieve. And to be very honest, very, very achievable, right? Even average rounds can get them to the spot. So PE Sports, I mean, they gotta pray that they have done just enough to survive. Or not, they're gonna miss out their first grand finals in quite some time.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I'm actually taking a look at the data here from Heavy, and quite a number of times Heavy have actually scored decent number of points, right? On day 3 of play, they had 71. Day 5, they had 60. 84 points on day 11 of play. 16. Day 16, they also scored 61. So a lot of opportunities here for Heavy just to kind of live up to the expectations and to take PE out of the top 12 and slot themselves in there. But it's going to be quite the tough fight, especially because Onyx Olympus is alive and kicking in there. I mean, in the previous game, Onyx Olympus took the 5-point lead. Now Heavy has taken that 5-point lead back from them. They are in front with 5 points. So it's going to go back and forth like this for quite a little bit until at least one of these teams give up.
Honestly, the craziest thing would be the third scenario where both of them are having this infighting so much that they just both don't make it, right? Like, you don't get it, I don't get it. We both would feel very sad. Got 4 more rounds to go, so we'll see what these teams have prepped. For now, I think it's a bit of a break time for our squads. When we come back, it's going to be round 3 and 4 for the final days knockout stage.
Sci-Fi has no means of escape to close this game out and secure the first booyah of the day. And now AG will look down towards our nominee for the Mobies here, Moshi, on the opposite side, and he takes.
See you Indo.
Don't cry, gonna be flanked from both Foki as well as Jump God, and this is the end for PE and secures that booyah.
circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Cypher has no means of escape to close this game out and secure the first booyah of the day. And now AG will look down towards our nominee for the Mobies here, Moshi on the opposite side, and he takes.
ปากพีครับ CU CU Indo ครับ
Don't cry, gonna be flanked from both Foki as well as Jump God, and this is the end for PE and secures that booyah.
He's gonna eventually fall still. AG, they played such a good game. This is a 2v4 scenario. Attack all around. Are going to get eliminated. Back to Clan! Take their first booyah here.
Walaupun kami tidak perform dengan begitu baik, sentiasalah support SPN kerana tanpa anda siapalah kami.
Circle it. Circle. You let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
First blood.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Fall Edition Knockout Stage, the final day for the knockout stage, the final 4 matches for the teams currently in the bottom 6 to make it through to be able to play in Point Rush as well as the Grand Finals, and of course earn a little bit of extra money from the prize pool. My name's AJ, I'm the Mustachio, down here with the one and only Husky, your casters for the day, and it is truly an exciting day here on the final day of the knockout stage.
Yeah, it has definitely delivered. Right from the very first round, we've seen some miraculous comebacks, some great recoveries, the tenacity of some of these teams, and I would say even unexpected outcomes. But as we get closer and closer towards the conclusion of the day, you can only feel the tension between some of these teams. But for now, let's check out the day 18 summary. So far, RQ, Kazu, Hua Esports, and BTR have been absolutely killing it with more than 40 points already.
Check it out, man. Top 4 teams from Indonesia and Vietnam. Once again, I never thought I would actually say that. Hua Esports, GOW, really making the region proud. But of course, we are more focused on what Heavy is doing out there on the battlefield, and they're not really putting a huge distance between themselves as well as Onyx Olympus. As you guys can see, 15 points picked up thus far by Heavy. Onyx Olympus has 13. They are neck and neck. Currently on the overall leaderboard, Heavy is 5 points ahead of Onyx Olympus, and they have to extend the lead if they want to make Vietnam even more proud of the teams that they have enlisted in here. But of course, Onyx Olympus, they want to play in Jakarta. They want to play on home soil and potentially stand a chance of being your next winners of FFWS SEA.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for Indonesia, they have had times where their own team won on home soil, right? And that was last year, so they want to repeat that, but in a more official setting. I would say in this case, you know, looking at the current state of the leaderboard, I think it's almost with certainty that Todak ain't gonna make it. Unfortunately, there's just too much of a gap for them to close unless they pull off some absolute miracle. But either way, they did put up a heck of a fight. We'll see how much they can push the envelope in the final 4 rounds. Bit of a substitution on GOW's side to make sure that they keep their spot in top 12.
Yeah, T for Tan, and of course Onyx Olympus has got a swap out as well. Gardu for Gari. And you know, you're talking about the miracle run for Toda. They need an average of 20 points per game just to be able to replace PE Sports, and they have to pick up those 80 points and hope and pray that Heavy and Onyx do not get to pick up the points that they most definitely are looking for. Like you mentioned earlier, Heavy's looking for at least 44 points. If 45, they get to overtake PE Sports. Onyx Olympus, on the other hand, is tasked to absolutely absorb 50 points to stand a chance and be in the race here. Now, we did also take a peek at the top 3 teams on Alpine. You guys can ignore that statistic because Burinam, Attack All Around, and AG Global are not playing. They're all from Group A and they have concluded their knockout stage. So we'll have to focus on RRQ, Twisted Minds, as well as Falcon, Sasuke.
Yeah, and on top of that, we also got to watch out for Shin and Diggs, right? Almost same in terms of stat, but the core difference is that Diggs has 6 headshots so far today, just today. But you know, to be fair to Shin, he didn't really have to do too much heavy lifting in these long-range fights. He's always, most of the time, up close and personal. You know, he's blasting your dome off with his shotgun. End of the day, I think these two teams, you know, have really shown us why they were considered dark horses at the very beginning. And at this stage of the knockout stage, it's not that important anymore, but perhaps that would become a talking point again once we hit into Point Rush in 2 weeks.
This is quite dangerous for the other teams because I did mention the top 3 teams. Hua Esports is actually ranked 4th in the overall performance at Alpine. Where they truly get hurt is their placement points, but they ravage the other teams when it comes to eliminations. One of the biggest reasons why their placement points are always hurt is because of the early engagement that they have taken up against Toda time and time again at Snowfall. If that happens again, it could go either of 2 ways, right? It's either Hua Esports wins that engagement, picks up extra 4 points as well as the loot off of Toda, or alternatively, they end their round super early because the current version of Toda seems pretty dangerous.
It does seem so. I mean, they still have a very good chance of dragging Heavy and Onyx down to the gutter, right? Like imagine Todak shows up, they take out these 2 teams, they don't make it, but those 2 teams also don't because of Todak. It would be a travesty for Heavy and Onyx Olympus. So, you know, there's still a lot of influence that Todak can hold, but we'll see if that kind of gets reflected on Alpine.
If you're Toda or Expand, and if you really want to make a name for yourself, since we are highlighting Heavy and Onyx so much, you might just want to take a hot drop on either one of these squads and just try your luck, right? I mean, either way, I'm pretty sure you and I are going to have a lot of fun watching that engagement. But speaking of Heavy and Onyx, come on, don't do this. Kibae's dropping way too close to get nice. You have got them advantage as well as Stadium. High probability of an early skirmish between these 2 teams trying to break into the top 12.
You know what they say, ask and you shall receive, but it definitely does look a bit rougher for Heavy because regardless of where they go, you either run into GOW or Onyx Olympus, and both teams actually are kind of like, one is a gatekeeper of top 12, one is a team waiting to break into top 12. You gotta pick a poison if you're Heavy.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And it seems like Heavy's slowly backing away from the bridge. They did see a couple of players drop on in there, and Hua Esports, instead of meeting Toda, they're meeting Expand. Expand has chosen to hot drop Hua Esports, and Kashi is going to be forced to back away. Shin did not see that coming. Mick comes flying through with the bison headshot for the guy, and the first point claimed by Expand.
And I love it. These 2 teams just going at it for 3 straight rounds. First round, it was a tie because Toda kind of ruined everything. Second round, Hua Esports got to wipe out, and now Expand off to a good start of their own. But clearly that they are very, very split up. I mean, it was a 1-2-1 split. Not really sure how much result that would yield because Hua Esports are coming back for revenge, and Poppy will not let that slide. Him and Yanbin wipes out 2 of Expand.
Come on, that was just way too smooth. Here comes Toda! And the showdown at Snowfall will eventually happen between Toda and Hua Esports. Yanbin on fire, literally. Poppy alongside him as well. So 7 cannot really aggress just yet, but the man does not know that. Wings, on the other hand, might just be able to clip Death as he makes that long rotation around that left-hand side, trying to flank Death. And I believe a couple of shots have already connected, so they've got good eye on these players. 7 is going to get caught out here as well. Yanbin with the throw gone up against the Mag 7, which shotgun gets the win here. We'll have to wait and see.
Trash did get Death, but Yanbin finds an instant trade. So 1-for-1, and Ray shows up. Poppy gets shot down off screen.
Oh?
This ain't looking good. Evos Divine wants a piece of the pie. Yanbin in the middle, but Traps is the one who gets exposed. So Evos will take care of that first. And now Yanbin, he's in a 1v2. Trogon in hand. Abax on the rush first from the right. At the corner, turns it around, and Abax wins it.
Oh, what a surprise here. I mean, teams just keep showing up on this little map here, and everybody wants a slice of this pie for sure. These boys are hungry. EVOS Divine, 3 eliminations up. Hua Esports, they scatter. Toda does not want to stay and play. EVOS Divine says, you got that right. You better back off.
Actually ran into Falcons, which is not too good as well, as RQ Kazu themselves will now have a bit of a skirmish against GOW, who did took down one of their members. These are rushing onto the top 4. Mao finds the win with the shotgun. Now Tun is going to be contestant number 2. Mao does have time to heal back up a little bit, but with double fire, Mao realizes that he actually healed back up in time and now has a chance to turn it around. The corner actually jumps off the watchtower into the hands of Demon.
Yeah, great play overall for Ma'al. He did manage to punish a player before he got taken down, so a 1-for-1, more than enough. Onyx Olympus, on the other hand, in a battle up against WAG. Heavy smiling ear to ear, but they better be careful because WAG will not be discriminating who is who. They'll be shooting at everything that walks past them.
Oh yeah, even Onyx Olympus not looking too good right now. One member off for now, and Keybase just got revived. WAG at their doorstep. Heavy just watching this happen. This could be one of the best opportunities for Heavy to finally pull ahead and create some distance. Not just by Krillin, but he ends up getting going down. Keybase trying to revive instantly, so Onyx Olympus for the 3rd round in a row have to go on survival mode.
Absolutely, and Heavy watching all of this breakdown will not be getting involved. I was just saying they're not going to be getting involved, but they do manage to knock down a player from the side of WAG, and they're going in for the finisher. Allen down on the ground as well. WAG could barely recover from that encounter, and now they're forced into yet another battle. The remaining players, they back away, but I do see Falcons on the minimap just on the left-hand side, and they might come across WAG. Things are not looking good for the squad.
No, not at all. WAG, they are going for a revive. They're going for revives right now, and Heavy so far singing a bit of a symphony. Falcons just found Explore and through the window clipped somebody side of his temple. So that is another point for Team Falcons. They score 4 for themselves. EVOS Divine just nailed their fist.
And Falcons look like nothing has disturbed their pacing here at all. They found a couple of opportunities, grabbed that, barely scratched, and they've got the utilities to get into a couple of extra fights here as well. But they're, of course, going to focus on looting out the whole of Rimmer Mouth before proceeding. They do have the circle on their side, so nowhere they need to rush just yet.
Yeah. Really not under any pressure if you're Falcons right now. EVOS Divine, they're going to run into BTR, and it's not looking good. They're losing fights on all front. G'day needs help. Unfortunately, Abax also can't provide much support. Ekal gets rid of kind of the 3rd point guard, so EVOS Divine makes the call to disperse down the hill, which is actually a really good call. I like it because BTR can't catch them.
Absolutely, and the counter from EVOS is just eliminate line of sight, problem solved. Megatron Delta is not silly enough to go in for the chase, but Gardu with the mini Uzi is feeling lucky today. Traps turns around with the Bison, the better SMG, I'll have to say, but Gardu trying to play his luck here. He's got the tires on his left-hand side, but does not want to go on for the jump up the roof just yet, but he's walking into a trap. Gardu all alone with 11 HP, man. There's just no way you could have pulled that off.
No way. I mean, he did try, but you know it was going to go down. And Heavy now has a chance to pull in more points. They can get through Expand. It's a 4v3. Expand has the man advantage. EXO not really in the best angle to support, so gotta relocate right now. Heavy going in for the rush again. Expand needs help, but Archab is going to hold his own. Kachik also strikes back. Get Nice goes down. Kabi finds a trade, but Heavy so far outnumbered. They got 5 eliminations, and Expand looks to shut it down right now at Stadium. Heavy losing 3 of their members.
Well, it looks like Expand heard us loud and clear. They were like, okay, we're not going to hot drop Mustachio. Calm down. We're going to find the loot first and then we'll hunt them down. Heavy losing 3 players to Expand. 1 final survivor on a revival spree, just like Onyx Olympus. So we are fair game once again.
Yeah, very, very fair game. This is more bearable if you're Expand, but a disaster if you're Heavy. RRQ Kazu finds 2 free ones out in the open, putting themselves at 4 points.
And GOW at this point of time, they have to be a tad bit nervous if at all either Heavy or Onyx goes into a breakout spree, but it doesn't seem to be the case as of now. Raja finding Peter and his head from afar. On Fire will be able to trade him out. A full-on fight between these 2 squads, and Falcon's actually biting the dust. One more shot can do the job. Koskyu with a sliver of health as well. Falcon trying to sustain, but 7 says, no way, boy. One more gets yet another knock, but this could just be the end. 2 more players on the side of Todak being forced to double back down for that recovery, and Falcons will use that opportunity to get away.
Yeah, it really came down to one more landing a shot and buying some time. Todak wants to go for the catch. They can feel the adrenaline, but Jack finds it. Crucial points for both Todak and Onyx Olympus, and Falcons getting knocked out this early is a godsend.
Falcons are going to be so annoyed with Jack. It happened at Bermuda, happened again here as well. They might want revenge when they look at that highlight. But WAG up against Todak here. He did get a little bit cheeky trying to go in for that rush, but Wings getting himself clipped. WAG with the 2 players on the rush, and X4 Bison making things way too easy for him. Wings could barely patch himself up before being sprayed down. 5 eliminations for WAG, but on that revival spree, this is a good recovery from them.
Yeah, it is. Even for Todak, right? They didn't really have much that they could work with anyway, so can't really blame them for going down.
Double
but losing a lot more than they wanted. Jack finds Raja, so that's point number 2 for Onyx Olympus. Keeps them in a race against Heavy, and that's good news.
And Onyx Olympus slowly but surely making their rotation over to this next circle, and nobody is in or around their compound here to disturb them. But once they take that launch pad in, you don't really know who's on the other side, and everybody's rushing in for that launch pad. So this could just be a mistake from Heavy. We'll have to wait and see how Fate kind of eases them in a little bit. WAG gets caught out by Onyx Olympus, who also went on a revival spree.
Garlu just found Krillin. That's the 3rd point for Onyx Olympus, who had which the whole team was revived at some point in the game. So again, not the easiest of start to the round, but we've seen Onyx Olympus do it once in game 1. And right now, they don't have to wait until that final phase, right? They are already on the route to recovery.
And this is insane. Both Onyx as well as Heavy, they're just proving to us that they've got the fight in them. Speaking of Heavy, yet another player finds Expand and sneaks away a knock, but no elimination claimed just yet. And we jump straight into that action. Heavy does not hold back. Hans attacking from that left-hand side. More knocks coming on through. Mick down on the ground. No secure just yet. Hans will be tagged up from the back. But here comes Get Nice, shutting down the players. And Heavy with 7 eliminations strong. Do not take out Expand just yet. But finally they do. 10th spot for Expand. All thanks to the Raging Heavy.
And that is just revenge served in the best possible way. You cash in 4 extra points. You take out the team that basically kind of put you in the spot in the first place, and now we turn our attention to Onyx Olympus. This is just cinematic from the observers. Can Onyx Olympus now survive their own trial?
That free camp stuff has just been getting better and better week after week in the knockout stage. We are all geared up for a beautiful cinematic showdown at Point Rush as well as the grand finals. I cannot wait to see how we get things done there. But WAG, question is, can you help out your brothers from Vietnam by taking out their competitors, Onyx Olympus? Onyx says nope, as they launch themselves far and away, but perhaps out of the pan into the fire, because now they are in shooting range up against RRQ. They have to play their rotation very, very smartly now.
They don't really have much resources to work with. The call to move away actually was good because Gary had nothing. Only one grenade, or only one glue wall. So we'll see if they run into RQ Kazu, they gotta somehow fight their way out of this. Same like Evo's Divine right now up against BTR. The Indonesians really getting attracted to one another. Aim God takes a grenade but barely takes a scratch. Todak is nearby and they hear this happening.
Yeah, if Ika leads his team to victory up against a 4v4 fair fight against Evo's Divine, I think I'm going to be a tad bit more excited, but I think Ray says no, Mustacho. Let's take him out of the equation first. Beautiful trade back. Apex down on the ground, but Ray does manage that follow-up. Pyong now bleeding out, and Bigatron being forced to go in for this recovery. And Toda watching this breakdown, they want to interfere.
Oh boy, not really sure if that's a good idea, Toda. Are you well equipped for this though? Because Twisted Minds is actually behind Toda, so Toda ends up having to completely back off from this engagement. But they might have attracted Evil's Divine, who did use a portal go just now. But it's to look for the last member of Bigatron Delta. And Toja, he's fading in the blue, he just got wiped out, BTR out. If there's anything that Chinese movie teach me, is you take out the commander, you win the war.
Absolutely, they did exactly that, right? Ekal, the one providing them with the extra bit of cheers from the back, was the first one to get knocked down, and that instantly made them scramble. And as they were scampering around the battlefield, obviously even Toda tried to take advantage of that situation. EVOS Divine just the better ones for the time being. Heavy up against RRQ though, a big fight for Heavy. RRQ looks like they want to take this on, but they don't really have a lot of utilities. As you can see, two players have got no grenades on them whatsoever. This has to just be pure mechanical skills with the gunfights.
You see, if Heavy survives this, it puts them in such a good spot. His big brother RRQ, one of the hardest competitor right now, right? If you can get past Big Bro Onyx Olympus, it's just another stepping stone. But Heavy decides to back off for now. RRQ Kazu will try to keep them around for as long as possible. How did Ma'al land that shot on the moving target? Vitan now requires assistance, and this is bad news for Heavy. They gotta somehow kind of get their entourage, find a safe spot to survive.
Fantastic recovery though. They do manage to get in time to Vitan, dropped a double glue wall to make sure it can sustain those bullets, managed to get the pickup, and they continue to run towards this next circle. They'll have to wait and see exactly who tries to gatekeep them. GOW on the other hand, up against Twisted Minds. This is going to be a tough fight for the Vietnamese squad.
We'll see Twisted Minds if they can get through this.
Oh my!
Inside the end. What an ace, Saming, Exposy, just quick delivery. It's on the same day, and RQ constantly wants to join in. This could turn really bad for them. Twisted Minds are going to start backing off. Let GOW deal with the remnants of that skirmish.
What a blessing for GOW there though. They do get to survive an extra tad bit longer, and the circle follows GOW. All they need to do is just stay silent, hope and pray. RRQ does not jump on them and try to take away the defensive spot. GOW moving back a tad bit. They're going to catch up with that action in a little bit as EVOS Divine finds themselves in the thick of the action as well, up against Team Heavy, who are trying to sneak away the top 12 spot away from their brothers Onyx Olympus, and it looks like this might just be possible. Kabi now straight down onto the ground.
No!
Takes himself out with a grenade launcher. That's not the way.
That's definitely not what you want if you're EVOS Divine, but Heavy, they're in a rough spot. The blue zone is killing all of them. 3 of them knocked down by the blue zone. And Vitan left to wonder what has just happened. Can only prone now, only a wall divides him and EVOS Divine, but once they turn the corner, they will find him. Heavy could not survive the elements.
Apex just overshooting this jump with the launch pad here right outside the circle. This was not the plan, I think. And now Ray will bleed out, and Saming taking advantage from afar as well, knocking him down and through the ground. Aim got bleeding out. Apex, the circle will get the damage in. Bye-bye, EVOS Divine. The rest of the teams try to say GOW, Twisted Minds, RRQ all at the same time, trying to barrage him with all of the shots. But GOW turns out to be the distraction. They step out of their defenses, and Twisted Minds instantly hops on in for the shutdown. X-Posse gets the job done.
Very good attempt to hold on, but Twisted Minds just too ferocious with that rush. Todak somehow are in the final circle, AJ. 3 members left alive. This could be the round of a lifetime. Araja just got found by Ma'al. RQ Kazu is not willing to let this chance slip. 11 eliminations as they look for the potential second Booyah.
Yeah, 7 bleeding out. Traps, can he stay alive long enough to face off against either Twisted Minds or RRQ? But they first need them to start interacting, but unfortunately he will be led to his demise. Twisted Minds, too easy for RRQ, the full squad, and the team walks away with a booyah.
That's the second booyah for RQ Kazu and the third for Indonesia. We have not been able to break free of this Indonesian studio. I mean, it's a lit setup, but man, they really are keeping that PCU on their side.
And this is exactly what they're trying to prove, right? When you come down to Jakarta, when you've got all of our fans packing the stadium, when you've got 4 of our teams in here ready to do battle, this is exactly what you can expect. And I say 4 because they are absolutely confident Onyx Olympus is going to break through as well. But let's see if or not RRQ can have their brothers join them. But in the meantime, they are on a mission of their own to beat Buriram at gathering the number of Booyahs overall throughout the whole knockout stage, because this is Booyah number 15. They now need 1 more to overtake Buriram.
Yeah. If they can finish first, at least they set a record for themselves for the most Booyah in a single season. Well, at least in this league itself, and RRQ Kazu really coming online today. Even in the previous round where they didn't get the Booyah, sure, it went over to BTR, but RRQ Kazu still put up a heck of a fight. And this final circle, like you said, is just way too easy for them.
It was a little bit chaotic for sure, but RRQ managed that, right? And it's so amazing to see how this Indonesian squad has managed to perfect this final sequence battle over throughout the whole 6 weeks of grueling battles in the knockout stage. In the first half, all they did was purely focus on placement points, purely focus on figuring out how this circle is going to work, and they were able to get it spot on time and time again, hence why massive number of Booyahs on their side. And then the second half of the knockout stage is where they started engaging a little bit more, putting themselves in some of these tough fights, not looking for the final circle anymore, because they knew they had to be ready for battle once they get into Point Rush as well as the grand finals. But this is now all coming together very, very well for the team. I think this is one of the teams that has really made good use of this marathon here at the knockout stage.
Oh yeah, really just taking the time to find what works for them and refine what doesn't. We also witnessed kind of a sequence of heartbreak, right? I mean, Heavy on such a good run. If not for that counter with It Was Divine and them losing 3 members to the blue zone, they probably would have been contenders for the Booyah. But all things considered, I think they've done more than enough in this round, at least to pull ahead of Onyx Olympus, because everyone else is already at the top, so it doesn't really affect them that much.
Yeah, Onyx, didn't really pick up as much, so it was a much better win here coming through from Heavy in the overall grand scheme of things. No Booyah, no problem, bro, as long as they get to pick up those points. But of course, interview once again, let's send the cameras back to Baby Lee and Gwen.
Congratulations, RRQ Kazu, make some noise! We are so excited to see the Indonesian team successfully got triple Booyah. 3 Booyah in a row! Wow! And congratulations to the team. It's a brilliant performance from RRQ Kazu, because this is the second Booyah for them. And now I want to chit chat first with Dude. Hi, Dude.
Halo, halo.
Okay, what do you learn from the previous week? Because you are perfect today.
Kalian nih lagi sempurna juga kan mainnya hari ini. Apa sih yang kalian pelajari dari minggu lalu?
Enggak ada sih, sekarang kita pengen join circle 1000 poin aja.
He said it's pretty much nothing because they just wanna join the 1,000 point circle.
1,000 points. Okay. If you want it, you can get it. Yeah. Okay, so how do you balance practice with rest during the tournament? No. How do you balance practice?
Bagaimana cara kalian menyeimbangkan latihan dan bagaimana cara kalian menyeimbangkan latihan pada saat turnamen ini?
Gak ada, kita main aja. Tahu-tahu Booyah aja.
They said they're basically just playing the tournament, and then they suddenly got Booyah.
All right. So, how does your team adapt to different opponents' play styles?
Bagaimana cara tim kalian beradaptasi terhadap cara bermain lawan yang berbeda-beda?
Nggak ada sih, kita nggak adaptasi, nggak ada apa. Cuma main aja hari ini. Ya, cuma main maksimalin biar bisa 1000 poin.
Okay, again he said there's nothing that they are adapting. They're just playing the match so they can get the 1,000 points.
All right. So last from me, maybe you have a message for one of the team today.
Terakhir dari kita, mungkin kamu ada pesan-pesan untuk salah satu tim lain, ada gak?
Nggak ada, good luck aja buat yang rebutin 1 slot.
Rebutin apa?
1 slot ke final.
Okay, good luck. He said there's nothing much that he wants to say. It's just good luck for the other team.
All right, so thank you so much and good luck for RRQ Kazu. We can't wait to see how the next game, and will we get another Booyah or another region? We'll take it. We will see later because Chad Kaiser waiting there. So Kaiser, take it away.
Thank you, Baby Lee and Gwen, once more. This time you hear it from dudes. The same answer as what we heard in the first Booyah. They just played a game, right? Played a game. We do our best. We're just better. Good luck to the rest.
What's your strategy? I don't know. We just play. Do you face any difficulties? You know, did you formulate any great plans? No, we just go out there. We just play. We just focusing on ourselves, and that is the recipe, right? Just focus on your own success. Focus on just not making any silly mistakes out there. RRQ clearly has got it right. These boys have been performing very, very well throughout the whole competition, and this is a whole new version of RRQ. I mean, you know, season after season, we've seen them improve. They lost Legalot. I thought that was going to take a huge hit, but these guys just exploded right after that.
Especially when, you know, them not playing with Legalov happened at the biggest stage in the Free Fire history. It was at the Esports World Cup, right? People had a lot of doubts. They showed some promises, and, you know, you kind of sway the opinions a little bit. But I think the knockout stage definitely cements that this new lineup is probably what it takes to push RQ to greater heights. No shade to Legalov though, you know, like he's had a rough time in Team Vamos, but a new start, he probably would take some time to find its footing.
Yeah, I do agree with you, man. But of course, we do want to take a look at what happened on the leaderboard for that particular matchup. But before that, we have to go through the boring stuff first. We have to look at who's the MVP from RRQ. Does it even matter? They're not even aiming for that. They're just aiming for the 1,000 points and 16 booyahs on the minimum. And obviously, they are so close to that. Thus far, they've already picked up 69 points through the day. And Mr. Ma'al gets to pick up yet another booyah. My God, massive one for him. 8 eliminations, 4,093 on the damage, 3 headshots. He is back, baby.
Yeah, the big boy with the big numbers is really landing shots after shots in a supportive role nonetheless, right? Just playing from afar, he gets the job done, and then he packs up with the Arvon, the AWM, but also rocking the Tatsuya just in case. We've seen that be a thing, even though the patch has kind of, you know, toned Tatsuya down a bit, but you still retain his efficiency, his usefulness in a fight regardless of what roles you are.
Yeah, I want to see a CS match between players like Dew, Ma'al, you know, you throw in Moshi in there as well. And I just want to see an all-out sniper battle between these boys to see exactly who walks away with the victory, because numbers, eliminations-wise, it may look like there's a little bit of difference, but when it comes on to those 1v1 engagements, it's all down to those micro decisions made within those very seconds itself. And I really cannot take a pick as to which is that more proficient sniper out there.
Yeah, if you want to talk about, you know, information, right? No team does it more, no time prioritizes that more than RRQ. Triple Arvon. So no matter where you go, they will somehow find a way to kind of scout you out and prep for the next move. And again, RRQ is one of the few teams that really knows how to play around the intel that they're given, right? They get the read so well, they make sure that they're in the right position, and it really opens up opportunities for people like Ma'al to land these crucial shots.
I mean, am I actually seeing this right? 2 players from Heavy getting up on the elimination leader highlights here. 10 eliminations just between Get Nice as well as Hans. Did they only get those 10 eliminations? This one is a big game for Heavy in the grand scheme of things. If this is what it is, they didn't have too shabby of a end to that round as well at Alpine. I think they survived for quite a while before getting taken out of the equation. So this one might just be that game where they pull away from Onyx Olympus quite a little bit. We'll still have to wait and see that one though. But Traps also showing up here. Toda, I mean, they keep surprising us, man. Yesterday, they performed really well. Today, the upward performance still continues, finding themselves in the final circle. How I wish this could have been the version that we got out of Toda from the very start of the knockout stage, because this can pretty much have guaranteed them a slot at the play-ins, sorry, not the play-ins, the point rush as well as the grand finals.
That'll also put them close enough to compete, right? Because they are now, it's already lights out, right? The door is closed for Toda. It's we'll see how far they can push it, even though the chances are not really there anymore. Key players for this game, I mean, Achap himself, 7 headshots, not too shabby as a rusher, really putting in the work. And Avax, he's just full-on defensive mode, a prime reason of why Heavy just could not get past him.
Yeah, RRQ, EVOS performing well. This one's a no-brainer for sure, especially whenever groups B and C take each other on. Indonesia's definitely going to shine through. But the fact that Toda and Team Expand is getting these highlights as well is very impressive. And we can see, right, time and time again, the players from Expand, they keep getting highlighted for different stats. They do have some sort of capability within them. They just have not sewn it all together with that perfect chemistry just yet. So we'll have to bide our time and see that in the next season. RRQ walks away with 26 points. Right behind them, EVOS Divine, 20, but Heavy on the third spot. Now, this one is a little bit crazy because you can clearly see the hustle.
Yeah, it is now becoming a bit more, a bit more dicey for Onyx Olympus, right? You're seeing that gap started to get widened. You're realizing that, man, I can't reach out with one arm and kind of touch the backs of Heavy anymore. We have to have a good round and also guarantee that Heavy doesn't have a good round, and Heavy now has a leeway. Doesn't put them out of the race just yet, but it sure as heck puts them ever so close to PE Sports.
27 points close, and they've got 3 more games to go. An average of 10 points per game can guarantee them a slot already in the top 12, but obviously just going for an average of 10 points per match in the final 3 games that we've got available here will put them at risk, because you never know when Onyx is going to go on that crazy spree once again. In the overall grand scheme of things, clearly just through the booyahs, you can see Onyx is a little bit more proficient of finding that final circle.
Yeah, but then you also have to take into account, right? Onyx Olympus has 4 booyahs, whereas Heavy only has 1. So to put that into perspective, Heavy is having a way better knockout stage, or at least the second half of knockout stage, compared to Onyx Olympus. But for those who haven't caught up with what has happened just yet on this final day of knockouts, we are going to take a look at the schedule right now, just to give you guys a bit of a recap of who has been dominating the first 3 rounds. And newsflash is Indonesia.
No doubt whatsoever, right? RRQ with a double, Bigatron Delta with a single there, and obviously they'll be looking for more, especially RRQ, because once again, I'm pretty sure, I mean, they mentioned 1,000 points, but I know they are going for the record of the most number of booyahs in the knockout stage. They're now just 1 booyah away from that, and looking at their past performance, this is very, very doable. But of course, I want to pull the conversation back to the performance of Onyx as well as Heavy. That's our main point of conversation today. Even though Onyx has got 4 booyahs as opposed to Heavy with a single one, it is 292 placement points on the side of Heavy and 294 points on the side of Onyx. They're separated by 2 points, bro. And it just shows the consistency that Heavy has been bringing in. No booyah, no problem, as long as they get in towards these final few circles. That has been a big goal for themselves. And I think they have really set their minds to the right thing. Because if they can continue on that spree, then obviously they just get so much closer. But of course, I feel bad for PE Sports.
I mean, it's we actually had this conversation for the past, like, what, since the start of the second half of the knockout stage, and every single time PE Sports play, and then, you know, the day ends, and then we would be like, in our own chat group, we would go, oh man, what is going on with PE Sports?
Yeah.
I have no answer to that, right? It's just, I guess, a bad season for them. They never really recovered ever since EWC, which in of itself was a heartbreak, right? Because they were the only Vietnamese representative. But at least the region is now in good hands. We gotta see how it plays out on Kalahari. You know, this could shift the ties for both Onyx Olympus and Heavy, especially when Onyx Olympus wants to qualify and they are playing in front of a home crowd.
Maybe this is where Thailand finally wakes up again. The top 3 teams on this map of Kalahari, Twisted Minds, Falcon, as well as Hua Esports. Bigatron Delta, EVOS, and RRQ are right below them in terms of performance. There's a huge probability the streak of Indonesian booyahs finally ends here on Kalahari, which is pretty epic because we always used to say Kalahari belonged to the Indonesians in the past.
It's been like that for at least a good 2 years plus, but I mean, teams are stepping up. BRU, for example, BRU, Falcons. Man, the fact that Falcons kind of smashed Kalahari on the world stage was quite a shocker, right? Like they were ripping it away from RRQ at that point of time 2 months ago. But this time,
that was when it was revealed that okay, maybe Indonesia's not so good at this map anymore.
I had to bite my tongue a lot of times, right? Because every time Falcons win, I'll just be like, man, what is happening to RRQ? But I do know what is happening to Toda. They are getting decimated by WAG right now, with Expand watching from the side.
Yeah, taking the hot drop here on the sub. Oh my god, EVOS Divine being dragged into this as well. Listening to all of those beautiful gunshots. It's music to their ears. But the question is, are they going to be able to take advantage? EVOS Divine currently does has that high ground advantage. Achab has that high ground advantage as well that he uses to decently take that knockdown onto Wings. Mikit joins the fight. X-Ball gets knocked down. No idea who did that. But Alan goes in for the save. Mikit has an opportunity here. But the Parafal does not get the job done.
Expand. How much can they pick up from this? They do lose Mikit, but they get 2 in return.
Oy.
Or maybe now it's not that worth anymore. It's a 2-for-2. It's Todak that takes them out. And WAG plus EVOS Divine now have a chance to stick their foot back in and really reap the reward. Achab accidentally jumps off the sub, but not landing on solid ground just yet. Kind of loops back up, trying to fight Raja, but doesn't have much health to work with. Picks up the coin, goes to the vending machine, couldn't get a revive before Kabi finds him. Heavy shows up.
Falling through the air usually doesn't hurt until the ground stops you. Thankfully, that was not the scenario for him at that point. But now EVOS Divine taking over this fight. But Heavy! Oi, 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 oi. How many of them are going to get baited in here by the sub? We're just seeing team replace one another. And now Heavy is looking to jump into this excursion as well to rip away some points. And WAG says, all right, guys, you guys step in, you guys tag in. We are out of here.
Yeah, this 1v1 was down to who misses most of their shots, and they've got landed his last clip, so thank goodness that EVOS not only won that, but they also took control of the sub finally, as we're not looking away from this point anytime soon. Hans shows up, and Vita finds Ray, what a snipe onto the high ground. Apex just showed up on low ground and decides that he needs to build from there, but Heavy got him shot out mid-air. Heavy just found 3 free points, AJ.
Dude, every single team that has tagged in have found points here. The question is which one will be the last one standing? Who has the last laugh here? And we'll have to catch up with that chaos in a little bit. As I hate this engagement. Both teams on the red logo. Sometimes it confuses me on this play-by-play. But Shin will do me a favor by dropping early. Bigatron Delta very quickly overtaking Y Esports.
PTR getting 3 points, so you get a bit of a breathing room, I guess. Well, not for Expand though, they just found revenge. Kachik finding Gade again. And he was the guy who got taken now, got revived, and Ray finds him. We're not done just yet with this skirmish on the other side of the map. But, you know, at least it is, at least he has died down a little bit.
This is why I love Free Fire, man. The action is just non-stop
still
at
going.
times. Alan versus Kavi. Kavi will get caught out. Down on the ground. Alan surviving that. And come on. GOW now tagging it. Do they just not stop at all? The players will get scanned out. Hans does find Alan finally. WAG. That's going to be the final player on the sub that gets taken out. And now it's GOW going in to shut down Team Heavy.
Literally a boss rush for Heavy. I mean, if Heavy wins against GOW, it would be the biggest round that they have ever gotten so far in today. So GOW hunting for Heavy, who has split up right now. Heavy knows they can't fight. It's 3 shots in a row. Tun looking for number 4, and Hans is now stuck behind the glue wall. Grappling hook, duck behind. The terrain, the rock formation is keeping him safe for now, but Dian is now right in his face. Overshoots a little bit. Hans taken down by Iza from afar. Could have been disastrous for Dian, but they still pull it together.
Indeed, beautiful play from GOW, but of course a tad bit risky there. Thankfully, there was backup from afar. Bigatron Delta loses Koja. There's a huge probability it was Poppy, and a little bit of an assist coming through from Death as well from afar. Poppy now up against Kyong. It's a 1v1, at least for the time being. The Cassie's therapy is there, and Poppy just did not stand a chance. Gets sprayed down with the Trogon. 71 HP still left on Kyong, but nobody else left to hunt here except Death.
Hua was also dispersing. They leave Death out in the open and send a second member into the circle. So at least there's a surviving chance. But this one, nice to see this. It seems like Expand has heard something in the wind. Maybe they could finally stop Heavy in their tracks at command post. But I believe Heavy has more than just Get Nice. So it's definitely not the end for them just yet. But it would be nice to keep Get Nice alive.
It's like a pendulum just swinging back and forth. And this particular pendulum on each side has got Heavy as well as Onyx Olympus. One time it's one team just doing a slightly bit better than the other. Heavy this time having suffered heavy losses, but of course they do have some extra eliminations at the very start as well. So that's going to keep them sustained for a little bit. Speaking of which, Onyx Olympus Got a quick sneak peek at them. Full squad, still looting up, not disturbed at all by anyone.
Yeah, Todak just got wiped out by WAG, I think. So that is just unfortunate for Todak. Didn't really get to play this round too much. Speaking of which, where is Sonic Olympus? We have gone quiet. I mean, you did suggest that they kind of play slow until the final stage of the game. It probably is a good thing if Heavy didn't get like a head start point at the sub early on. So it does make things a bit more complicated.
Falcons running all around, and they have the advantage here because Bigatron Delta is just absolutely scattered. The X will be caught out up against the one and only Peter with the Trogon. It's a fair fight between the two, but now finally the players are all surrounded. Bigatron Delta dropping back for the support as well. Now Falcons should have finished off the job a tad bit earlier. That Dix finally gets knocked down to the ground. On fire will eliminate him from the equation. Hyung forced to scatter instantly. That purchase has come back through, all thanks to the vending machine there. Dix is going to get into the circle, but the rest of the players, can they survive?
Oh, what a good glue wall from Falcons to really block off that entrance. Also isolates the member of BTR, and yeah, Kyung is just on revival duty, has stashed up enough coins to get his team back. And Falcons, they smell what's wrong. They're like, man, the revives keep coming through. We have to get rid of the head of the snake. But Kyung is out of there. Let's see, can he buy enough distance though with the grappling hook? One more, get across the wall at least. Just enough.
But what now, though? He tried to get into the circle, and Coscu surviving with a sliver of health. Finally, the rest of Falcons catch up with him. Kyung with the Trogon needs to find a lucky shot and an elimination through those blue walls here. He has got 4 to work around with, but no health whatsoever. Peter, CQC with the Woodpecker finally knocks him down to the ground. Falcons with elimination number 5.
Yeah, good enough for him. That's the best he could do, but he bought, I'd say, enough time for his team. The rest is up to his teammates. I can say the same for Shin. Evo's Divine just found him. He is instantly just eliminated. Can't even show that part because it's too gruesome. Evo's Divine, 4 eliminations.
I mean, they were forced to play a couple of revives early on as well, all thanks to the sub-chaos. But of course, Team Heavy has found that recovery, all thanks to the late interference of GOW. They could not finish the job, and Heavy said, no problem, don't worry, bro. We'll meet you guys later for a little bit of extra revenge. Ikal walking away. Let's see if or not Hans can spot him out. Nobody's keeping an eye on him, so Ikal's going to survive this one for a bit.
I really thought that someone would have saw him, right? One of the Heavy members was even on the balcony. So Ikal got lucky. He's far away, right? Oh, no,
no, not lucky anymore. He just got spotted out.
Yeah, they just saw him. Would they go
and
for
Kirby's
him?
like, nope.
I think if you're Heavy, just let him go, right? Just let him go, play your game, just, play it safe. Onyx still at the very bottom with 0 eliminations, and it's starting to get a bit worrying. The only thing that would change that is if Heavy gets knocked out right now, and Onyx Olympus somehow gets into the final circle.
Absolutely right. And because like you said, 6 eliminations early for Heavy, and that's going to be giving them the upper hand for quite a little bit. But Twisted Minds will be in the crossroads here for Onyx Olympus if they want to cross over to a better safe side. And Twisted Minds are not even allowing them to make the decision. They're taking the fight straight up to them.
There's WAG as well. You can see the moment the shots were heard, WAG started inching forward. So this is really a bad spot for Onyx Olympus to be in. Twisted Minds do see the WAG members. Maybe this could be a diversion that Onyx Olympus needs to cash in on some points. But they feel stuck, right? Like, no matter where they go, it's either you go into the blue zone or you go out into the open. So Onyx Olympus, they have a tough decision to make.
And Twisted Minds is falling back quite a little bit here. And they've got some natural defense to play around with. So Onyx Olympus cannot start shooting at them just yet. But WAG does have a line of sight that they can work around with. What they cannot do is rush straight towards Twisted Minds, because then that gives an opening to Onyx Olympus. This is a stalemate for the time being. And WAG says, okay, no problem, bro. Let me bring my monster truck to get this solved.
Yeah, and the circle moves away from both of these teams. So who's going to make the first move? I feel like if Onyx Olympus somehow makes it into the circle first, they have a very good chance of stopping Twisted Minds, and they're gonna do it. Hop into the monster truck. It's time to go. Or maybe not Zyru. He's a bit late. They got to stop for him. It might be a mistake though, because Twisted Minds now gets to shoot at them. Onyx Olympus. Maybe you should have left that guy behind. And now they are forced to fight out in the open.
One more. They're all trying to take the launch pad. And now here comes the Riptide Rhythm to tear down those glue walls. One more knocks down Hans. It is just a absolute GG for Onyx Olympus that tries to run away. But one survivor did manage to sneak away from all of those shots out of the side of Twisted Minds. Zyro, question is the man loaded?
You can only imagine the disappointment of the fans in that live crowd watching that go down. What a disaster for Onyx Olympus. That was their best chance and they blew it because someone didn't get into the car quick enough. Falcons and now Evos Divine on their own fight. On fire in the open. Does place on the blue wall, but someone is looping around. Apex from behind. No one sees him. Koskyu, he's exposed. Apex goes for it, but Koskyu reacts in time and able to weather out the assault and start backing off. And Apex not landing that shot is now going to put them in a rough spot, but they're going to wait for one more as well. On top of the roof, they know that one more needs to go, and he breaks his ankle coming down, but backup shows up. Aim God will not survive that.
Oh my, Falcons very quickly overwhelming Evos Divine, but two players bleeding out on fire. Needs to get picked up here just beside Ray, and one more goes in for the save. Bigatron Delta on the other hand off screen looking for Evos Divine players from afar, but Falcons gonna get the job completed first before they can get there.
Heavy even snuck away a kill courtesy of Team Falcons, so Heavy continuing to put in the work, and he's really starting to get dicey. Falcons out in the open, does run into Onyx Olympus. And this might have just crushed the dreams of Onyx Olympus of making it into playoffs.
That might have been the decider. Speaking of what has been decided, Heavy in the crosshairs of Falcons. And it looks like they're tanking quite a bit of damage from this blue here. Circle number 4 is 100% not friendly at all. Heavy needs to make a move on here. Done managing to dodge all of that split blitz. That's pulling out a dud, and Ma'al with that follow-up from afar. It's actually Twisted Minds with the shot, and they do get to claim a life. And now the skirmish between two Vietnamese squads, GOW and WAG. WAG just has the slightly better advantageous spot here because GOW is stuck between so many squads.
Rough spot to be in. Because WAG, sure, they only have to worry about GOW, but what comes after that? Because RQ Kazu, I think they got a fantastic read on the circle. They are surrounded by teams on most of the weekend, and Hachap not aware of that. Ooh, goes back up, shot out of the air. And that's elimination. Expand out in 9th spot.
Beautiful stuff coming through from W. They were not supposed to be able to get that. Just got lucky. Achap just showing up in the most unfortunate of manner. And Expand loses the opportunity to continue surviving. Pretty sure there was a vending machine in there that they could have used, and the man did have some coins on it. WAG, Launchpad. Making that
early on, you gotta make it work because there are still 7 other teams left aside from them. So Heavy has a lot of teams that they need to go through, and they do not have to be the primary force that gets involved, but they sure as heck don't have much spot to work with.
Yeah, the pressure is on Heavy now, tanking the damage from Circle. Yeah, that's a terrible idea. But they do manage to sneak on in. They can't even use the launch pad to get themselves to the opposite side of the battlefield because that's just open ground and it's going to put them instantly in the crosshairs of so many teams players. And Vitan holding on to the back line. So I don't really know exactly what the ideation is. Vitan does get clipped from the back. Hans and Kabi moving forward first just to scout out the area as Y Esports drops out in 8.
They do move slightly closer to Falcons Esports, to Team Falcons, so that might be the difference. Koja got revived and he goes down again. BTR just on a survival spree, but it is clearly feeding points to other teams. Heavy actually have some breathing space right now unless BTR flushes them out. BTR actually forces a split on the Heavy side. WAG against Twisted Minds on the other end. But again, Falcons, they're watching this go down. Circle going over Twisted Minds, and Heavy, they're landing the eliminations and finding more knocks.
Alan, beautiful headshot just to slow Heavy down a tad bit. He's actually going in for the finisher with the Trogon. Can he get the knock though? Absolutely not. Rebel Rush just to put him a tad bit closer to Heavy, and he finds the back of yet another player. Cyrus with the elimination as well. Krillin traded out. Here comes Falcons now to save the day for Heavy.
And Heavy continues to stay in the round, but it might run up pretty soon. They are tanking the blue unless Hans can somehow continue to out-heal this. It's not going to be easy.
Yeah.
Falcons member, Hans is still healing, but realizes he has ran out of supplies. Now going to book it for the circle, or at least get a couple more points before it expires.
Hans
goes down to the blue.
Hans out. All thanks to the circle, and now RRQ up against Falcons. Twisted Minds taking this opportunity. The back's turned up against them, and Twisted Minds says, thank you very much. Nameless now on for the push. Duds has barricaded himself in with all of those glue walls. Falcons on the opposite side. RRQ doesn't have anywhere to run, and Twisted Minds makes good work of them, and now it's an all-out Thailand battle. No more booyahs for Indonesia.
And finally, we're going to have a change of scenery at the end of this, at least for the interview, but we'll see if Team Falcons can finally close it out. Them against Twisted Minds. Peter on the flank. He's gonna take his time. Twisted Mind starts dropping down. Peter, can you catch the timing? There is Sammy and Exposy on the high ground. They split up Twisted Minds. Peter now goes in on his own mission. Gets a monster truck drop on top of his head. As Sammy is now injured, but Cosmo goes down. Peter now has to jump to the low ground. Sammy does get taken out as Nameless now fights on fire. One more drops. Diamond around the corner. It's electrotherapy.
Overall sequence of events for Twisted Minds, and we didn't actually see them in action all that too much in this game.
Yeah, they kind of showed up, here and there, but the majority of their presence was in that late game, right? Same as Team Falcons, same as RQ Kazu. But this definitely is going to affect the leaderboard a little bit. Twisted Minds with the Booyah it's going to put them closer to RQ Kazu for sure for the third spot. But based on what we've seen so far, I think Heavy is now in a fantastic position to make top 12.
I know Falcons didn't really win this final sequence, but the way Peter was moving up and down this battlefield was just so beautiful to watch. If only he could clone himself, I think Falcons could have just absolutely crushed Twisted Minds in that sequence. He just needed a little bit of backup, but he was trying to do everything all on his own, right? Taking that high ground, going in for that backstab, finding the shots on these players, but there was just nobody giving him that assistance in order to be able to secure those knocks, and instead the rest of his team members fell a little bit too early, just forcing a little bit more of that chaos to come on through. But of course, Falcons in the overall grand scheme of things did pretty well.
Response from Twisted Minds. The moment they saw Team Falcons send Peter for the backstab, they instantly jumped down, and Peter now has to wrap all the way down, take the animation from the jump as his team gets decimated. So Twisted Minds again, the adaptation at the very end was very crucial to winning that fight against Team Falcons. Both teams really showing us what high level play is like.
And of course, the bigger question was going to be, what did Heavy walk away with, and how much did their opponents who are looking for the exact same spot, right? Onyx Olympus get, because Onyx Olympus bowed out of this lobby way too early for my liking. I mean, I expected it to be a closer fight, but little by little, Heavy is actually leaving Onyx Olympus in the dust and are running to catch up with PE Sports. And I think it can be confirmed, unless, of course, in the final 2 games of the day, the first team to get eliminated is going to be Heavy. PE has to say bye-bye to their 12th spot. But of course, for the first time of the day, let's send the cameras over to Thailand.
Exclusive from Twisted Mind! Yay! The first Booyah of Thailand team today. I'm so surprised, but it's great to be here and great to have you back. How was your day? วันนี้เป็นไงบ้างคะ
ก็ไม่ค่อยดีเท่าไหร่ครับยังไม่ค่อยตามเป้าครับยังมีข้อผิดพลาดเยอะครับ
Not quite good because our performance is under our expectation. Oh, okay. So, what is your expectation? เราคาดหวังอะไรเป้าหมายของเราคืออะไร
ก็วันนี้ก็น่าจะเล่นตัดทีมที่ไม่อยากให้เข้าออกไปครับ
Today, we try to focus to cut off the team that we don't want them to be in the finals. Talking about the team that you want to cut them out. Now, there are 2 teams that is a contestants for the last place, which is 12. Between Onyx and Heavy, which team you want them to get into the playoff round? ก็คือพูดถึงว่าทีมที่เราอยากลงไปตัดตอนนี้มันมีอันดับ12ที่เขาแย่งกันอยู่ซึ่ง PE จบไปแล้วเหลือ Onyx กับ Heavy 2 ทีมเนี้ยถ้าเราต้องเลือกให้ทีมไหนทีมหนึ่งเข้ารอบไปในรอบพอยต์ลัดแกรนด์ไฟนอลเนี่ยเราอยากให้ทีมไหนเข้ามากกว่ากัน
ให้ Heavy เข้าครับเพราะว่า Onyx เขาชอบมาเข้าหลังบ้านผมครับ
I want Heavy to get into the finals because Onyx always come after us and trying to get our point. Onyx always come after you. Does it mean that you don't have any confidence to fight with Onyx? ที่เขาชอบมาเข้าหลังเนี่ยจริงๆแล้วเพราะว่าเราแบบไม่มั่นใจในการไฟกับเขาหรือเปล่าเราถึงกังวลเรื่องเขาเข้าหลังอ่ะ
ไม่ครับเพราะว่าเขาชอบมาแจมหลังครับ
It's not like that. It's because they like to get into our fight and try to get the point from us. So like Onyx good at pick the timing to fight, something like that. So can we expect more from you? Because I feel like Twisted Mind performance is not that stay still. You cannot control your performance. Do we have to worry about you? เราต้องแบบกังวลกับทีมไหมคะเพราะว่าดูทรงแล้วเหมือนทีมเราแบบตอนนี้ไม่ค่อยคงเส้นคงวาแล้วก็เล่นได้ต่ำกว่ามาตรฐานอะ
ก็กังวลอยู่นิดหน่อยครับเพราะว่าใกล้จะถึงรอบชิงแล้วก็มันต้องปรับอีกเยอะครับแต่เราชมพวกเราได้เลยครับเพราะผมเตรียมพร้อมไว้แล้วครับ
I am a bit worried because we have to adapt and fix our mistakes so maybe you guys can stay tuned to grand finals.
Okay, last but not least, we still have some game left, and I heard that Saming said he want to pay Lan Lan today. Okay, so are you guys gonna pay Lan Lan today?
เหลืออีกแค่2เกมแล้วเหมือนพี่ยูเขาได้ยินสมิงพูดว่าวันนี้จะเอาแบบลั่นๆเลยวันนี้เราจะได้เห็นไหม
ได้เห็นแน่ครับรอชมเลยครับ
Of course we will see.
Okay, so guys, we will have 2 game left. So now back to you, Shoutcaster. Can't wait for the game.
And that's Exposy alongside Yuki Deku and Bunla Tricks. Great to see Thailand finally get a booyah, but I agree, right? Slightly more underwhelming performance so far from all the Thai teams today, but it's good to see them step up.
I'm just annoyed that Yuki said Lan Lan and she didn't translate what Lan Lan is. I want to know now. How are they playing Lan Lan? What is Lan Lan?
Is it a dance? I assume so. I know they have a lot of dance in Thailand. If you want someone to perform, actually, you should let Dew get interviewed because he has a lot of that in his arsenal. But MVP for this round, we got Diamond with the Tatsuya 3k, almost 3.1k damage, 4 headshots and 4 eliminations.
And of course, the hope of RRQ overtaking Buriram is seeming a tad bit slim here with the way they performed earlier. And if Thailand continues to make these runs, if we get the exact same pick here of Kalahari for that random map, then it's going to be a tad bit difficult for them to make that break at the end of the day, because Nextera is not really the strongest map for RRQ. So Twisted Minds is actually going to be having quite a bit of fun, because Twisted Minds is also pretty proficient at looking for those points on Nextera. This could just potentially be a back-to-back for them.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, even for Twisted Minds, right? Like, if you give them the right conditions, they really can prevent you from even touching them. In this case, you look at the lineup that they run, it's a mixed bag of everything. Obviously, they're going to be eating a ton of utility with the absence of A124, but at the same time, for them, it's all about aggression, and they just want to make sure that once they get in your face, they take you out.
Yeah, that Cassie being worked in there as well. That basic therapy clearly working very well for the squad. And we have seen it so effectively used by so many of the teams out there, especially the Russians being buffed with that extra bit of layer on them just to be able to sustain a little bit longer in those engagements. And it's one of the things that this squad takes good advantage of. A total elimination here. What is this? 8 plus 5. Do the math for me, please, Husky.
8 plus 5 is 13. 13 eliminations.
Sometimes the brain lags a tad bit, right? 13 eliminations with the Booyah as well. It basically means Twisted Minds did decently well on this game, and they continue to dominate Kalahari, which is going to be a problem for all of the teams in Point Rush as well as the Grand Finals.
Oh, yeah. Can't wait to see. I mean, again, Twisted Minds have a very good chance of just walking away with the rest of the Booyah. But I need a bit more convincing, right? I'm sure this is a booyah for them, but they haven't been the most consistent throughout the entire evening. Elimination leaders, though, it's good to see Peter back in the lead with 6, tied up with Vitan and Deeks, and then you have Nameless at 5, Diamond with 4.
And I know you're disappointed with Twisted Minds because you spent your money at the Esports World Cup getting their jersey.
Hey, it's a sick jersey, alright? It's a sick jersey. I should show it. Hold on. I'm gonna grab it.
If they get the next Booyah as well, you should definitely flex it. I mean, I love the jersey as well. They've got it rocked pretty beautifully. Nameless and Diamond both showing up here, but Peter, of course, going to steal their thunder with the 6 eliminations. Vitan and Dix right beside him. I mean, overall, Heavy had a beautiful game this time around. I can't wait to see exactly how many points they picked up. Falcons, once again, the highlight for one more with 3,572 damage, 13 headshots from Dix this time around. And okay, so let's not highlight this. 3 grenades from G'day. Now I understand why some of the other Indonesians are making fun of him.
I mean, to be fair, it's he couldn't really do much this game, right? I'm surprised we didn't see a lot more grenades. I thought it would be one of the heavy players, because I think Kabi, because I did see him lob a few in the final sequence, but amazing performance to land 13 headshots in a single round. That is not easy to do. 25 points for Twisted Minds this round. Falcons got 22. Heavy with a big fat 17. And where is Zonic? Only 1.
Oh man. Okay. All right. This is about to seal the deal right here. Once again, the only way Heavy does not make it is if they literally bomb out just like Onyx in the next 2 games. But the way they've been so consistent throughout the whole day gives me the confidence that Heavy is about to celebrate and PE Esports may just cry by the end of the day. I'm not surprised to see the 3 grenades by G'day because EVOS actually walked away with just 5 points on that map.
Oh yeah. And this is getting closer and closer, I mean, to the end game, right? It's fair to say that RQ Kazu will remain 3rd spot at the end of this. It's more of a matter of whether Twisted Minds can overtake them and whether RQ Kazu can kind of overtake BRU in terms of Booyah count. But we have finally come to the final chapter of this knockout stage. It's Heavy and Onyx, Olympus, Heavy very close to making it to top 12. And once they make it to 12th spot, the door closes for Onyx Olympus.
Okay, Heavy, I love you, but I'm about to make a very, very big wish here. I wish to see in this next match, Heavy to pull a Onyx Olympus, to walk out of that lobby with 0 points on their side, and for Onyx Olympus to take the Booyah just so that we can have a super exciting map number 6, where it's going to be neck and neck. One map, one match decides who breaks through the top 12 or neither one makes it through. But of course, I don't know if one of that wish is going to come true.
Yeah, it's I mean, if you start wishing for it now, it's probably a bit too late. But if it happens, I tell you, if it happens, we will be the only one that's enjoying it because everyone else would be having a rough day. You miss out the grand finals by 11 points. Oh boy, that is really going to sting when you're that close. But you know, I'm hoping for this team to make it. I spent some big bucks on this, so they better get the final 2 Booyah. They're already in grand finals. We'll go for a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be the final 2 rounds of this knockout stage before we find which top 12 teams make it through.
I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Cypher has no means of escape to close this game out and secure the first Booyah of the day. And now AG will look down towards our nominee for the Mobies here, Moshi on the opposite side, and he takes.
ปากพีครับ CU Indo ครับ
Don't cry, gonna be flanked from both Foki as well as Jump God, and this is the end for PE and secures that Booyah.
Let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
That Sci-Fi has no means of escape to close this game out and secure the first booyah of the day. And now AG will look down towards our nominee for the Mobies here, Moshi on the opposite side, and he takes.
ปากฟรีครับ CU Indo ครับ
Don't cry, gonna be flanked from both Foki as well as Jump God, and this is the end for PE and secures that booyah.
He's gonna eventually fall still. AG, they played such a good game. This is a 2v4 scenario. Attack all around. Are going to get eliminated. Max Exam! Take their first booyah here.
Walaupun kami tidak perform dengan begitu baik, sentiasalah support SPN kerana tanpa anda siapalah kami.
Welcome back to the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia knockout stage. This is the last day and also the penultimate before we finalize our top 12 teams. Nextera coming up, and you have me, Husky, alongside the Mustachio AJ to wrap up today.
I think Heavy has got a walk in the park now to replace PE Sports, but it is still a hope here for Onyx Olympus. If I get my manifestation to come through, Husky, they need 39 points. Okay, that's too many points for a team that's trying to break into the top 12. 2 more games to go. They have been pretty inconsistent throughout the day, but you never know. When your back is up against the wall, suddenly you just go berserk, right? That's what I'm hoping out of Onyx Olympus. And I'm sorry, Heavy, I've just been cheering for you a little bit too much, okay? You guys got to chill for a bit now. Just do it in the last game.
In the last game, I mean, if I'm Heavy, I'm not living up to chances. But you know, to be very fair, the worst could still happen. But RQ Kazu, they are on a tear today. 86 points in total, followed by Bigatron Delta in second, 60.
And they are right now 31 points away from their own personal goal of 1,000 points. And obviously, RRQ is the kind of team that should be able to pull that off with 2 games in hand. But looking at Nextera, there are a couple of teams that we do need to drop out of this top 3 list. That's AG Global as well as Buriram. They're not playing today. So we have to focus on WAG, Twisted Minds as well as Falcons. Once again, 2 Thai teams showing up. But WAG, just the anomaly on Nextera. They are unusually good at this map. Many teams have faltered when they go up against this squad. I mean, it's not just with the placements, right? It is with the eliminations as well. 142 eliminations, more than all of the other teams, which is crazy even for WAG.
Yeah, really out of this world. I mean, WAG even today haven't really been the flashiest team, but I feel like they should be able to, you know, remain unmoved on the leaderboard, which is 7th place, right? Not too shabby. Right, the only Vietnamese team in top 10. I don't see Hua or GW making it into that spot. Well, Hua is in 10th spot, but that's pretty much it. Again, WAG, you look at the last season, you say that they're in top 10, they barely made top 12, right? Like, this is a good improvement.
I mean, all it took was PE Sports to show them that, look, all you need to do is dream and then hustle. You'll be able to get it done. And WAG was like, what, really? It's just that easy? Yes, it is that easy. I mean, 10 booyahs out of WAG, dude. I've got my mind blown for sure by the brand, but I'm just looking for consistency. They've been able to be pretty consistent throughout the whole competition, but you know, season after season, that's going to be a question for sure. Top 3 players, I mean, I'm very surprised to see one from the side of Toda out there with the Woodpecker.
Yeah. It is a weapon that has, you know, kind of always hovered around. You never really, you know, you can never really let it go, but it's almost never at the top, at least in the recent year. We'll see. This is going to be Nextera coming up next, and things are going to start getting really dicey.
And I don't know what map we're going to get later on for map number 6, but RRQ will definitely be hoping and praying for either Alpine or Purgatory just to make sure the odds are in their favor for 16 Booyahs in the knockout stage. But I'm looking for something where you're going to see the Vietnamese squads perform a little bit better on the last match. But Nextera, my biggest question is, will Onyx Olympus be able to break their curse? They have been having a horrible time on this map, and if there's a good time to change it, now is that time.
Yeah, the situation has changed, right? They no longer have control of the whole situation. It's up to them to give all they got, and also needing the stars to align. Starts with the drop spot though. We're cutting right through the middle, a bit of a kind of a hot drop on Intellect Center, Expand and BTR. Meanwhile, Onyx Olympus is going to go to Mud Side. That's where Hua Esports is going to be at.
Heavy taking that super split, just like Onyx Olympus. I don't know who's feeding them the information that is good strategy. I hate that strategy, but let's see how they end up in that final circle later on. If it works out, I'll take an L on that opinion. Expand up against Bigatron Delta very early on. Yet another opportunity for Expand to show off. And Diggs gets clipped by Mikit. Beautiful play from this kid once again. But out of nowhere, Kyung and Ko just step up.
This is going to be very important. I mean, at least for Bigatron Delta to keep that point when they're in control. Expand is going to try their best. Jake exposed to the elements. Kyung just go down though. Mikit, good snipe. But Ika just guns him down with the revolver. Expand still. 2 more members left standing, and now leave it to 1. Ajab, no chance. Bigatron Delta with the elimination.
They were so close. Ikal, the final survivor, did manage to win out that 1v1. He just needed to bide his time a tad bit longer, but of course, it is just that experience that Expand needs to pick up over time. So that will be the end of their run here at Nextera. Onyx Olympus, on the other hand, trying to stay alive, and Hua Esports standing in their way. Zyru will be sprayed down by Yan Bin, who hangs on with just 13 HP left on himself. And Hua Esports clears out this area. Gardu running for his life, but it's just a matter of time because Shin would have seen him running away as he dropped back in.
Oh yeah, GOW, they do have an injured member, but nothing too much that they can't recover from. They did wipe out 3 members of Todak. So Todak also on the run, just trying to survive against the elements right now. GOW have plenty of space to work with at the museum. It's gonna get healed up by Demon. And this 4 points is massive for GOW, right?
Oh,
I say MGO actually gets gunned down by WAG.
The play by Krillin here from afar just managed to get a beautiful spray. G'day splits from the squad as the insurance policy for the team. Allen, a good recovery here as he did manage to get a knock onto Ray, but from the opposite end, he gets sprayed down. But the pickup should not be too impossible here. G'day already attempting those revivals. Abex brings Ray back, all thanks to the pocket market. So EVOS Divine should be able to hang on for a little bit longer, but Onyx Olympus in a lot of trouble.
And that is just going from bad to worse, right? Not only did they kind of hot drop, share the same spot against Hua, but they lost that fight. Hua Esports has 4 points now. WAG looking for the 3rd, couldn't find it. Abex with the drive-by onto Krillin. Allen shows up. Abex does confirm the elimination before he himself gets eliminated. Tristan Mai now knocking on the doors.
Oh my, look at Heavy working on EVOS Divine. And these boys are just on fire. And this is the version of Heavy that we have expected all the way from the start of the knockout stage, that we are only getting on this final day. Fingers crossed that it's a tad bit different if they do qualify for the point rush as well as grand finals. Now Allen on the outside. Diamond trying to find him. Does manage to spot the man, but too slippery to catch.
That means Tristan Mai will have to kind of loop around the corner. They should be able to at least find one, unless Sa Ming has something to say about it. Allen does get tagged, so they know where he is, and Allen's escape might lead Tristan Mai into his team. Sirens links up, and that's electrotherapy. Can he somehow allow Allen to clutch this out? Allen actually, with the help of Cyrus, knocks one down. Krillin eliminated, and actually Cyrus now chips in. Tristan Mai taking more damage than they initially anticipated.
Wow, such beauty with the electrotherapy. Cassie just dropping in for the save, and Cyrus with the follow-up. But the man is now knocked. Can he get picked right back up? Yes, he can. Exposy going in for the patch-up first as he goes in for the recovery onto Diamond as well. Grenade's not going to find Exposy just yet. He responds with a quick grenade toss towards Allen. Does not find its target. The Drogon, though, does find Exposy and is back, but the Rebel Rush helps him survive.
It's a rough spot for System Minds to be in, right? The tides have completely turned against them. Team Falcons, on the other hand, is between them and RQ Kazu with BTR trying to interfere. That's the Riptide Raider spotted out from a mile away. Ekal will have to retreat.
Smart play by Ekal, using an extra glue wall that was already out there on the battlefield. Rebel rush straight towards it and gets out of shooting distance. For the time being, at least. One more now with the AC-80. Spots him out, but it's up against the M82B of Ekal, who does have a better shot here. One more playing around with the glue wall. Ekal, if he is able to figure out exactly where he's standing behind the glue wall, should be able to take the knock and continue surviving for the team.
So meanwhile, those two will temporarily disengage. Allen gets knocked down again. This fight still not over just yet between WAG and System Minds. Cyrus just got back in. I've been delivering a point to Saming, but X-Force saves him. With Saming going down, Cyrus can now pick up his equipment. So WAG weather the storm and find themselves 7 limbs.
Some balls of steel right there on Cyrus. My goodness. Literally dropped right into that fight. Had the Thompson on him and went in for the spray. Instantly connecting with the electrotherapy on Cassie. Beautiful stuff out of WAG. This is what I'm expecting out of Vietnam. Flashy plays all around the battlefield. And we still continue. This time it's GOW. But Demon bitten off more than he could chew up against Evos Divine here. Deanne does manage to trade out Good Day. Down he goes. Ray gets the shot connected onto Deanne. Riptide Rhythm does not find its mark. But Evos Divine definitely with the better fight here.
Oh yeah, 100%. And you see GOW survive this. They're gonna leave this area, but this is mine. Oh, you see the U-turn on the map. They don't want to be a part of this. Only Ton is left out to deal with the rest of Evos Divine. How much damage can he do? That's one. Aimgod going down. Good Tatsuya dash. Ton ducks behind his own blue wall. They really want to take him out, but they can't find him. Unfortunately, ABAC trying his best. Gets the help of Ray to finally shut him down.
But beautiful plays overall. Aimgod still hasn't been picked up just yet. But that's not going to be too much of a problem. Nobody else here to interfere in that fight. It could have turned very sour for Evos Divine, but luck is on their side for sure. But the circle, though, is going to leave them high and dry if they don't start moving right now. Circle 2 is not going to be your enemy. Circle 3 onwards, of course, it does start to tickle quite a little bit. 17 more seconds for that rotation. Let's see if or not they make it. Heavy, on the other hand, on the slow rotation, but across the bridge, they meet a couple of trolls in the name of Bigatron.
Oh, yeah. See, Bigatron. I mean, Koja is getting shot at. Heavy now have a very good chance to pull on forward. Chances improves for Heavy. Diggs is now isolated. 2 against 1. Runs under the bridge, but couldn't make it there. Hans and Kabi work together to take him down, and Koja will really have to stand and watch this. Getting sniped from afar as well. That grenade launcher is just not landing his shots, and Get Nice catching up. Yeah. The Delta split from Heavy to kind of capitalize on the moment is really working out.
Yeah, look at Get Nice getting super aggressive here. And the launch pad for survival. Beautiful play coming through from Bigatron Delta's Koja. Oh my god. Okay. I thought he was going to go in there for the chase. So good play from Get Nice. He's just recovering, recouping by gathering up the rest of his team members so that they can stick together and push on together as one. All they need is 10 points. But he's out from nowhere. Gets a shot on 2 of their players.
Oh, yeah. Even for Evos Divine, now completely out in the open. Abax calling in for backup. I mean, both Evos Divine and System Minds didn't really have the best start. They're both crippled. So that's, I guess, a neutralizer in this situation.
Yeah, Abax literally can't do much here. If he gets caught out, he can't even defend himself. No glue walls for the man at all. Just 3 medkits around now to work with. Abax has got open prey that nobody comes in here for the pursuit. Diamond up against Aimgod. Aimgod with a Thompson. Not the greatest gun. Just 1 blue wall to work around with. 1 medkit. Backstab. Abax is there for the save. And Saming missteps that. Loses that opportunity. But the follow-up is decent as Abax gets sprayed down to the ground. Diamond shows up with the Bison. And Evos Divine on for a mission for the save. Good Day dropping by to pick up his brother's Ray. Joining the fray as well. Evos Divine. Beautiful recovery.
Fantastic. 10 eliminations already. Onyx Olympus, on the other hand, not sure if recovery is even attainable at this point. Losing keybase. The sub from Gary to Gardu is not really paying off. Jack desperately trying to survive so much bombardment and somehow makes it out with a sliver of health. Has to jump down to ground though. The rest of his team has abandoned him. He's gonna try and drive away, but you gotta have some mad driving skills to get out from this line of fire. This vehicle goes up in smoke. Jack now has to run on foot, puts on a glue wall to escape the entire team of War Esports.
Such a great survivor Jack is. Time and time again, he just shows off that ability of his all throughout the day. We have seen it in action so many times, but now might just come to an end. Poppy being shot from across, and WAG helping out Onyx Olympus, but of course helping themselves as well to fill their tummies. Poppy taken down already. No eliminations just yet. Bigatron Delta up against Falcons on the other hand. Peter has got the grenade launcher, and he's not afraid to use it. Double pumps. Ekal down on the ground. Dix now gets sprayed down as well. Bigatron Delta, bye-bye, says Peter personally.
Yeah, absolute decimation. Grenade launcher following up after a Riptide Rhythm completely just devastates Bigatron Delta. Looking so much better in this round 5. Falcons get some room to breathe. You can say the same for Heavy. In fact, RQ Kazu, they are just about moving away from that area. So they might find a different fight, honestly. WAG are the ones shooting at them.
Oh, PE Sports, how I feel so bad for you that you did not hustle harder throughout the whole knockout stage. This is not how we want to see any teams make that exit, where they can't do much about it whatsoever. All they can do is just sit at home and watch. I've seen their faces so many times. I know what they look like when they're sad.
Me too. I mean, some of them look permanently sad, right? I mean,
yes.
How do you prep them for this moment, right? I mean, if you're the technical staff, you're watching this knockout stage. How do you prep your team for the inevitable? Just watching your team get overtaken on the leaderboard. I can't imagine, honestly.
Yeah. Why Esports though? They're gonna say, "Don't worry, guys. We're gonna carry the flag of Vietnam for you for sure." Let's see, decimate GOW, who are also gonna be there. Everyone's gonna be there except PE Esports by the looks of this. Now, as White Esports just makes quick work of GOW, they're not even skipping a beat, straight up to ask EVOS Divine, would you like to engage, sir?
EVOS Divine did find second win after reviving the whole team and winning the fight against Twisted Minds. See if they can carry that momentum forward, right? Some bombardments in the building. Doesn't really connect. Shin does have a decent angle to work with, but instantly spotted out. He is gone. 100% eliminated by Ray. What a snipe from that angle. That's gonna put Hua Esports in a rough spot. It's a full blitz. Ray, he's not doing this. Yes, switches to a shotgun, runs right in. Guns down Poppy. Yenbin finds Apex in return. But Hua Esports have a lot that they need to go through, and it's just not doable. Ray is on fire. He is on an absolute tear right now. Death delivered to him. Aim finds him, and that is it. Even who's out the AWM? That's not how he should go. Luckily, cleans it up at the end.
I thought the Horizon line was going to be the victory there for them, but unfortunate. You know, it's just shocking how PE Esports at one point was the only hope for Vietnam, and now PE Esports is going to be the only team from Vietnam that does not make it through to the final week.
It's just crazy. It's definitely and to be taken down by another Vietnamese team, right? But at least you know the region is in good hands. At least we know that there are more representatives. Speaking of Heavy, here they are. Falcons one side, RQ Kazu on the other.
Come on, Kabi. Out in the open with the monster truck. Falcons not going to get you, allow you to get away with that one. Get nice now. Beautiful peek outside. Lays down the trip mine as well. Riptide Rhythm breaks down the defenses. One more gets taken down, but instant pickup coming on through. Heavy cannot figure out this way into their defenses just yet, but like you said, RRQ approaching slowly and steadily.
Onyx Olympus are seeing this going down. I mean, Heavy doesn't even have to win both fights. They just gotta get a few eliminations, and they bomb out here is fine, right? They got one last round. They can take their chances for sure. Let's see who they choose though. They now know that there's a separate team behind them. In fact, they choose to kind of barricade off where RQ is coming from. All three teams want the circle and is occupied by Onyx Olympus.
Onyx Olympus still being alive here is a beauty, but one more finds Gardu's head. He base as well. One more's just doing so much, one after the other. He keeps pulling to his side. Eliminations, and now Onyx Olympus. Their recovery is going to be a little tough for them as they are joined by their brothers EVOS Divine straight in the middle of the circle. Thankfully, there's so many tents here to occupy that Onyx Olympus can stay alive for a little bit longer.
They did lose one of their members to Falcons though. Heavy caught in the same spot as we've seen them in. Hard position to be in. How do you make that rotation? You could take the RQ building if RQ moves, but it is a gamble. They are starting to congregate in the middle.
Bye-bye, Onyx. Falcons say. and eliminated in 6th spot. And look at Heavy just playing the survival game at this point. No,
So well
as I was
done.
saying, they were trying to play survival. Just tossed a glue wall melter straight up against opponents that can instantly crush them. But thankfully, RRQ is distracted with EVOS Divine, so they're not going to try to respond to the players of Heavy just yet. But they're too much in close proximity here. Hans finally making the move. The circle's going to hurt. Do not make that mistake again, Heavy. They make the exact same mistake, and the punishment comes on through. Thankfully, the punishment is at the knockout stage. Fingers crossed they do not repeat it later on at Point Rush in the Grand Finals.
I mean, it's really nothing much they could do, right? Most of the teams were on that western side, unless there is a rotation. We see, I believe, Tatsuya Dash being used. One last survivor for Heavy. How long can he survive? Maybe he can make it to top 4. That would be a miracle. But the blue zone is still coming in. Hans is trying to out-heal this. Gets knocked down by a stray explosive. And
He's got the horizon line, though.
That should be him, right? I mean, he's going to tap back up. Goes for the rush. There's going to be RQ right behind it. He doesn't see it.
He's got the horizon light on him, and he's back on his feet. Come on, Hans. Get it, baby. Top 3 at the very least. Now, Glue Wall melters. EVOS Divine going in for the hunt as well. Hans has got himself barricaded up already. The horizon line has been used up, and finally he expires. But a good enough show indeed for us. Out in 5th. He's done enough. EVOS Divine follows up in 4th. And now the top 3. WAG waging war, looking for the victory here, but allowing Falcons to take on RRQ first, and they want to hop on in a little bit later.
In Vietnam, most likely RRQ can pull off the comeback of a lifetime like they did in round 1, but they're down to just one person though. In fact, WAG are the team with the lead. They're gonna split up. Krillin goes down first. X4 Cyrus wants to come in for the backup, but it's too late. Falcons, they are down one man on fire, trying to survive, but Cerebral Fell couldn't make it. And now Koskio, last man alive. Big boy, it's your time to shine, but Koskio is just overwhelmed by the blue, and WAG locks it in for the first booyah of the day.
5th freaking booyah on Nextera, the kings of Nextera, the one and only WAG. This just keeps blowing my mind. The consistency from the team cannot be expected from anywhere else except this map. A total of 11 booyahs thus far, 5 of them from Nextera. I think it's fair to say they love this map.
Almost half the booyahs that they've gotten came from this map. Just it's a gift that keeps giving. WAG, we've highlighted certain members. I mean, X4 has always been in the spotlight, but we really see all of them step up today.
Mind blown, bro. Freaking mind blown. I mean, you may be able to assume that, okay, it's luck, all right? Yeah, they got it once, they got it twice, maybe 3 times. Luck is really good on their side. But this time, you know, it's just pure consistency from this squad. And it's not just lucky booyahs that they're getting. The final sequence of battle really shows you who WAG is and what they can do when they're truly confident. This Nextera map gives them that extra bit of confidence. I want to see this confidence on all of the other maps from this squad as well. It's a mental gameplay as far as WAG and the rest of Vietnam is concerned. Like we have talked about so many times. PE Sports showed the possibility and everybody else woke up, but PE Sports didn't.
Yeah. And I think the craziest thing was that people were looking at, well, way back then, it has always been Team Flash, right? Before Hua Esports, it came into the picture. And Team Flash was kind of the spearhead of everything. They were the trailblazers, and then PE Sports came into the picture, took over the reins. Now it's good to see the torch being passed on. I think it's at least there's a positive ending note to it. Despite PE Sports, basically almost 99% guaranteed will not make it unless Heavy somehow kind of bombs out the last round and then no one makes it. But judging by the circumstances, there's a very good chance that we see Heavy take over that spot. But I mean, gotta say the winners are WAG this round, and they really, like you said, showed us the solid performance and consistency.
Here's the crazy thing about this whole scenario right now. Heavy has literally left it to the very last game because yes, they did manage to pick up points, but not enough. If only they had survived one more rank, just one more, from 5th to 4th, they would have been equal standing with PE Sports right now. But now they're in a position where they need one more point to be able to match up with PE. And even then, that puts them on a tiebreaker, so they can't do that. Yeah, they need 2 points, Sasuke.
No, they can't play a tiebreaker. They got 2 less booyahs. PE Sports has 4. So, yes, I mean, you're manifesting the absolute worst case scenario for Heavy, right? Now they are put in the hot seat. Just 2 points, man. Just 2 points. You get 10th spot with 0 eliminations and you qualify. It's really not that hard. Out of 12 teams, you just need to make top 10.
talk about stress, bro. And you know, the game where you just need 2 points is usually where you falter, bro. But of course, let's take the camera, throw it over to the winners. Let's see exactly what Yunsol has to ask the winners.
Finally, there is a booyah for Vietnamese team. I've been waiting for this moment for a really long time. And hello everybody, it's your MC. I'm Yunsol, and congratulations to WAG team. Right next to me is WAG The Ghost. Can you say hello to the audience first? Xin chào The Ghost. Thì lời đầu tiên bạn có thể gửi lời chào đến các bạn khán giả trước được không ạ?
Hello, xin chào tất cả các bạn trên sóng livestream ạ.
So this has been our 5th games, and how do you feel right now? Just a basic questions and overall of the tournament. Thì chúng ta cũng đã đến với trận thi đấu thứ 5 và sắp qua trận thi đấu thứ 6 rồi, và các bạn đã lấy được chiếc booyah rất là xuất sắc. Thì cảm nghĩ của Ma như thế nào về ngày hôm nay và cũng như là tổng quan của cả giải đấu ạ?
Mình cảm thấy ngày hôm nay thì các thành viên WG đã thi đấu đúng với mục tiêu mà đội mình đề ra trong lúc chưa bắt đầu. Thì hôm nay cũng là ngày cuối rồi, thì mình mong là tất cả các đội Việt Nam sẽ luôn cố gắng ở những trận chung kết, trong trận chung kết.
For WAG, we feel like we have already achieved the goal that we set from the beginning of the tournaments, and we are really happy that we finally achieved that achievements, and we are so proud of it. But also, we also want to wish to all of Vietnamese team that they will try their best and making more booyah in the finals upcoming. Vậy thì đến với câu hỏi thứ hai là The Ghost cảm thấy như thế nào về đội tuyển đang rất là về một đội tuyển Việt Nam đang rất là xích sao trong bảng xếp hạng hiện tại đó chính là Heavy ạ.
Thì mình thấy Heavy hôm nay họ thi đấu rất là tốt, họ tận dụng những cơ hội làm người thứ ba khá là tốt, nên họ có những kết quả tốt ở những game đấu vừa rồi.
For his opinion about Heavy team, which is the Vietnam team, the final Vietnam or struggling in the top 12, how does he feel about the Heavy right now? He feel like today Heavy did really good, especially in of the combat. They tried to jump into it and having a fight, and that's why they are showing really good performance, but also their effort to take the final ticket to the finals. So, since we are really close to our slot to go to Surabaya, what is your thoughts about Surabaya, Indonesia, and also what will you and your team doing there? Thì chúng ta là đã chắc suất đến được với Surabaya, Indonesia rồi. Thì không biết là Ma đã có xem sơ qua về Surabaya và có ý định là đội của mình sẽ làm gì ở đó chưa ạ?
Mình thì thật ra thì hiện tại mình chưa biết gì về Indo và mình cũng chưa nghiên cứu gì về địa điểm thi đấu hay là tất cả những thứ về sắp tới. Mình chỉ quan tâm đến đội mình thôi. Mình chỉ muốn đội mình tập trung thi đấu nhất có thể, có kết quả tốt nhất thôi.
Nếu vậy thì ở trong cái trận chung kết lần này thì bạn sẽ đặt mục tiêu của mình là top bao nhiêu ạ?
Thì đối với mình thì hiện tại team mình luôn đặt mục tiêu cao nhất đó chính là vô địch.
As my thoughts for Surabaya, we haven't do any research about it, so we don't know much about Surabaya or Indonesia. But we feel like the only thing that we need to care is our team is WAG, so that's why we would try our best and stay consistent in practicing while we were in Surabaya. But also, I also asked him like, what is your goal in the finals match? As always, we always want to reach the highest place, which is the championship. So we will try our best. Thì cuối cùng cũng sẽ đến với trận thi đấu thứ 6 rồi. Thì tất nhiên là tất cả các đội cũng sẽ thi đấu hết mình thôi. Thì The Ghost có lời nào muốn gửi đến các bạn khán giả không ạ?
Mình đây là cũng là game đấu sắp đến game đấu cuối cùng rồi. Mình mong các bạn hãy theo dõi ủng hộ cho 3 đội tuyển Việt Nam ngày hôm nay.
Okay. So for his thought of his viewer, he just want to say that this is the end, the final match of the game in this week already. We will try our best and please keep supporting for us and look forward to support for 4 Vietnamese team. That's all he want to say. Cảm ơn các bạn rất là nhiều vì đã theo dõi phần phỏng vấn của mình và WAG The Ghost. Một lần nữa xin được chúc mừng các bạn vì đã có một cái màn thi đấu vô cùng xuất sắc. Và tất nhiên hãy cùng chúng mình theo dõi trận đấu cuối cùng, bởi vì đây sẽ là một trận đấu để quyết định rằng Heavy có chắc chắn là được tham dự ở trong vòng chung kết này hay chưa nhé. Thank you so much for watching our interview with me and WAG The Ghost. See you guys hoping in the next game. See ya!
Everybody's excited to see their own teams at Surabaya. I'm excited to see Yunsol at Surabaya. Hashtag the best host with the best questions out there, right? But dude, Husky, I've been on the heavy bandwagon throughout the whole day, and now I'm going to switch sides.
Don't hop
I'm gonna
off now,
switch
man.
to the PE side, bro. They've
No,
got one
no.
more match. They need 1 point. Okay, they need 2 points. Okay, and I'm saying they're going to crash and burn, and PE Sport is going to keep their 12.
You can't be that fair weather fan, okay? You can't just jump off the bandwagon in the last round.
Hey, I've helped them. I've helped manifest this for them already, and now they're on their own. I am jumping off of this bandwagon. Whatever they earn now is purely due to their own merit. I gotta help out PE a little bit. I love those boys.
Yeah, I mean, I've been helping up PE for the past 3 weeks. Apparently, that didn't work out. So, I mean, it really comes down to how heavy is gonna pull it off. But at least I know that Alan pulled it off big time. Trying to pull off the. Is this supposed to be a W or a heart shape? I can't figure it out.
Okay, Husky, I don't know in what world you come from. That's definitely not a heart. I think he got the W upside down, but never mind. I hope Yunsol asked him at one point exactly what he was trying to do there, whether it's an M or a W. Either way, he's our MVP from this game. With the Tatsuya, we saw him work his battles out there on the battlefield. 6 eliminations into. You see? Bro, this is how you do it.
That's W, right?
Yeah. That's W. This is W. They're like, bro, it's wrong letter in the alphabet series, bro.
Yes, like,
It's gotta be upside down.
This is how you gather your chakra, you know.
Either way, they've done enough to really impress us for sure. 11 booyahs throughout the whole knockout stage. The 4th best team in terms of booyah collection, just 1 below AG Global. For WAG, that is a phenomenal run for sure.
Yeah, I don't recall any Vietnamese team ever getting close to even having 11 booyahs, let alone I think 5 or 6 booyahs in recent times, right? And we're talking about extended knockout stage and not the old format. So yeah, WAG really is kind of a standout. And sure, I think Huawei Sports is kind of the dark horse of Vietnam, but WAG, I feel like for as long as they've been in the competitive landscape, this is a big surprise. They just came out of nowhere with their newly improved roster, newly improved performance, and even making it onto the Elim leader board with Allen in 4th place with 6 eliminations.
I know one team's definitely a little annoyed with their own performance at Nextera earlier. That has to be RRQ. They needed decent points to catch up with the 1,000-point goal that they had in mind, but they kind of faltered. They only picked up around 9 or 10 points in the previous map. So they now have to hustle for the final game. And the problem here is we have no idea where we're going to go into. But if it is Purgatory or Alpine, of course, that'll put a smile right back on the faces of RRQ.
28 points, massive one for Falcons, even though they didn't get the booyah. Whereas WAG, who did get the booyah, got 24. It's not too shabby, right? Evo's got 22. So we've got 3 teams that's literally kind of dominating the top of the chart. And you look at down there, RRQ, 11 points, Heavy, 9 points, Onyx Olympus, basically out of contention. So it's now between Heavy and PE Sports.
What WAG is doing now is truly impressive because they're performing better than EVOS Divine as well as Bigetron Delta. This is not luck. This is just pure consistency coming from the squad. And we have always kind of tagged Vietnam towards the bottom, putting Indonesia right on top. And with WAG and their performance now, I really truly have great hope for this nation, right? Because in the world of Free Fire, little by little, they are gathering more confidence out there. It's just unfortunate that the fight between Heavy and PE will just have to come to a point where only one of them make it through the final week. It would have been so sweet to see all 5 teams from Vietnam make it through.
Yeah, it definitely would have been, right? But then again, with the limited spot we have, it's going to come at a cost of another region. I think the team that's taking the bigger L right now is Indonesia because they lost 2 of their teams, right? And one of them didn't even get to compete on the final day. So I'd say this is the first time we see more Vietnamese teams compared to Indonesian teams in a grand finals.
And the grand finals is going to be in Jakarta. That's their home ground advantage. So this is the 2 teams from Indonesia bombing out big time. And at the same time, it is a huge win for Vietnam, right? So they can no longer be considered the weakest region. Yeah, they were never, because Malaysia was the weakest region. So they can't.
We were close, but now we're not close at all. Right? We came pretty close at one point.
I don't know if Che Ayn will forgive me for saying this, but I kind of miss Cobra, all right? Cobra, regardless of however difficult as a player he was to handle out there, he truly was bringing in the points for the squad. But of course, we'll keep that conversation for FFWS Malaysia later on when we get to that season. For now, map selector, let's see if or not the gods of RNG smile at RRQ. Nope, they're not going to smile at RRQ at all.
So we're going to Kalahari. Maybe it's still not the worst, Like, sure, they haven't been dominating the map, but I still feel like it's a comfort map. The one team I'm now going to really look at it is going to be Heavy for sure, because they've had a pretty decent Kalahari round. We had Twisted Mice that did get the booyah on Kalahari. It was between them and Team Falcons. So I also want to pay attention to that as well. If Falcons can dominate Kalahari again.
See, I am known as the god of predictions most of the time because I don't just predict, I manifest. Guess what, man? Statistics speak for itself. Kalahari is the worst map for Heavy. This is gonna be so much more fun to watch.
If they go against the odds, right, then that completely just shatters every other doubts people have of them.
Yeah.
It would make a great comeback story, right? Well, not a comeback story, but it would make a great story of them qualifying as an orc into the grand finals after more than a year, 2 years absence from the grand finals, which is crazy.
But it's a huge if. Now
it's just 2 points, right?
All of odds are against them. Wait. I need to check this out, right? What did they collect on Kalahari earlier? Give me a second. I'm sure I have this information somewhere. Ooh, 17 points. That's not too shabby at all, man. 17 points on their worst map. Their average is about 8 points if you combine all of the games that they've played thus far. So they did very, very well on their worst maps. Maybe they can do it again, or maybe they won't.
If their average is 8 points, that's 6 points more than enough to make it through, right? So, the bar is set very, very low. But again, comes down to them. Esports, they need to pray for a miracle. But for Heavy, it is as easy as the situation can get. So Kalahari, one last round, and we will have our top 12 team.
All Heavy needs to do is just not be part of the first 3 or 4 teams that gets eliminated. They do not have to pick up any eliminations. They just need to survive. And if they pull off, I do not want to use words that combine with less intelligent, but if they pull off such a move out there by splitting up, I am going to be so disappointed with the brand. And they're splitting up. Okay. At least
really.
It's a 3-1 split.
This is the best possible start, right? Because no one really would go to Oldhampton. Maybe Foundation, because I think they just got scanned out by RQ Kazu. But think about this, right? They just need, if they get knocked out in 10th spot with no eliminations, they lose, right? They lose a tiebreaker. Yeah. But if they get knocked out in 9th spot, they don't even need an elimination. It is the bar is set so low that it's impossible for me to overstate how simple it is. Like, you have to really, you have to like disconnect or your phone blows up to really fail that check.
Oh God, if it happens now, I'm gonna lose my mind. Dude, I love PE Sports. I love Heavy. It's gonna be heartbreaking for me for either one of them to not qualify. But if Heavy drops the ball now, I really will not have anything to say about it. No, I'll have a lot of things to say. I don't know. I'm just going to watch and see what happens. But Onyx Olympus, on the other hand, looks like Team Falcons just wanted to rub it into them. I mean, after they have already been having a tough day, here Falcons come for the very final match just to make sure they don't get any further.
Yeah, I mean, with a heavy heart as well, right? Onyx Olympus know that it's already end of the road, so just give it your all and see what more can you give. I think after round 3, it's almost already set in stone. Wow, did you find Peter kind of sleeping there? Double kill. Kind of looking at the scenery from the other end, so Kibe just blows his skull apart. Not too bad for a start, honestly.
Yeah, very decent for Onyx. Although they might be like, yeah, we wish we could have done this a little bit earlier. But it's okay, boys. Don't falter. There's always the next season.
Yeah.
Esports, on the other hand.
How many points do they need? They need 33 points. 33 points to win the tiebreaker. All right. So.
There have been times where they've only scored 38 points in a whole day. So
under the condition, the Heavy gets knocked out right now. So yeah, never mind. Put my hopes too high for that.
All teams are still surviving. Heavy has not picked up a single elimination just yet.
They don't have to.
The possibility of chaos erupting on the stream with Mustachio losing his mind is still there. So let's see how close we. I don't. observers, I want to see Heavy. I want to see what they're doing out there.
You know, the funniest part would be the circle just moves to the complete like east-south, southeast. And now Heavy has to make the long rotation to get into the circle and go through every possible team on Kalahari.
Oh God, we're just manifesting all the wrong things for Heavy right now.
Might as well, right? Like you've already said that they get knocked out. I can't make it worse.
You can't, bro. You can't. They just need 2 points, all right? And it's going to be the worst way to not make it through. They literally needed 2 points and it was all up to them. They just needed to survive. They didn't even need a single elimination. So it's like the easiest thing in the world. And why Esports is like, look at how easy it is, bro. We just started and we're already up by 3. Oh, they're coming close to Heavy. Heavy, this is not the team you want to be shooting at right now. Vitan making a big mistake from up top.
What if Vitan wins this? Ah, yes, got him!
Oi!
That's the first
they
point.
get the first one.
That's the first point. I'm telling you, there's no way to drop the ball after this. You tell me if they get knocked out still after this, then that's on them. All right, they are literally 1 point away. They just need to make 10th spot right now.
Oh God! If they get knocked out, I don't know what I'll cry. I'm already crying. People's Divine, on the other hand, though, not having a great fight out on the battlefield. Toda kind of sharing that opinion as well. They are being tortured by GOW, but Onyx Olympus being dragged to Santa Catarina, listening to all of these shots.
Onyx Olympus will have to face off against GOW. GOW cleans up Evil's Divine first. Got some time to kind of get themselves armed again. They do split up though. Demon going to the other side to a rendezvous with his teammate. It's a 2-2 split. Onyx Olympus, if they can get this blitz done, they could easily overpower GOW.
Onyx Olympus though. Opportunity ice grenade! My goodness! Tries to run away. The end does tag Hooky Base. Thankfully, with the trip mine, he had already preset there. And now Onyx Olympus with an opportunity to turn things around. The end taken out of the equation already. Just a ton of mistakes being made here as he can't find his opponent just yet. Tries to turn around. Here comes Base with an opportunity for a buyback. And he will straight up with the Trogon. Look for Demon and get the knock.
And I mean, there's still a chance, right? Onyx Olympus really being able to force GOW away. 5 eliminations for Onyx Olympus. They take control of Santa Catarina, and now they have breathing room.
I mean, this is the dude, maybe they are going for the 33 points. We cannot count out Onyx Olympus just yet. I mean, the miracle could still happen. They could have a super massive round. But here comes Heavy up against Falcons. Get nice. If he gets one more,
just one more,
literally, it's
just one
GG.
more. You take out one more and you qualify. It's not that hard. Come on,
if
come
you
on,
fall now, though. If you fall now, though.
Please. Just.
And it's Falcons, man. Come on, Falcons. Show us some magic. Vitan staying away from this is like, nope, bro. No. We're not going to go down in this way.
They're still thinking about it. Okay, Vitan is out. At least someone survives, right? Or maybe he's trying to find a flank angle. So, On Fire is in a very important spot. He is going to be the difference maker. And Heavy needs to communicate this.
Hans. Needed to connect one good headshot there. Could not find that angle just yet. Get nice though. Tagged up from the back. They back away. They just... Hey, they've already got 2 eliminations though.
Wait, who? They made it. They've already qualified. All right, get wiped and just qualify with 1 point. 1 point advantage, right? That's
get wiped right now and celebrate with that 1 point.
Can you imagine if there's an error in calculations and it just goes up in smokes? This is their 3rd point. So
that's it.
They've done it.
Congratulations, Heavy. That's about it. Beautiful stuff. You can just exit right now. Just go out like in a trailblaze and just tell P Esports, look guys, we didn't even need to complete the final game.
No, you can't do it. If they follow our advice, they can get penalized by the rule. That's minus 15 points, right? So you gotta play until the very end.
P Esports hoping and praying they break a rule at this point.
It comes up to a rule break to qualify. That is insane. I mean, okay, they lose 2 members for now. So there is a revive, right? Get Nice has so much money. He brings both of them back. This fight continues, at least with the remnants of the equipped Heavy members. The rest are just going to move away. Falcons have already gotten 7 points.
Oh, goodness me. This day is just so beautiful. One more, though, going to be bleeding out. And Heavy has got way more than enough to qualify. Oh, my goodness. At the very same time, Expand making their exit as well from this beautiful map. And now, 11 more teams left in here. Vitan out of the equation after collecting 3 eliminations for the squad. The guy single-handedly could have just made sure Heavy qualifies.
Get Nice did a fantastic job taking down I believe on one more as he was sniping the members that got revived. In fact, Heavy ends up being the victor of that extended exchange between these two teams. So 5 eliminations and still counting.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's Falcons of all teams, and they're actually losing out to Heavy in a fair fight. And it was Falcons the ones who had the advantage with position. They had that high ground advantage. They knew exactly where Heavy was. Of course, Weetan kind of rotated out of there, and they were down by 1 man. So everything was leading to Heavy getting crushed. But instead, they turned the tables, and now 6 eliminations up, 100% qualify. I'm so sorry, PE Esports. Unless, of course, they do something silly like running out of the circle or something.
You know what? Now I'm curious. Now I'm wondering, who was the second elimination that Heavy took out? Who contributed to that?
Looks like the Malaysians are all just giving up already. Toda makes its exit as well. WAG looking for Onyx Olympus. Perhaps the final nail in the coffin can be right here. Kibe straight down to the ground. One more survivor on the side of Onyx Olympus. Zyro literally just shows up and says, bro, I'm right here, man. Gets the knock, taken out. Gardu with the revival onto Jack. Okay, Onyx Olympus survives a little bit longer.
Let's see how long though. They know where he is. Gardu, there's no running away from this one. Alan's coming for you. It's good, nicely, Summer Child. See, Gardu, can he win this 1v1? That's 3 glue walls put down by Alan. When the rest of WAG shows up, that's number 4. Alan actually gets shot down by Gardu anyways. The rest of WAG is going to clean this up. Gardu falls to his knees. It's going to be taken care of. Onyx Olympus still in the game, of course. Definitely crippled.
Great play by Alan there overall to defend himself, but unfortunately could not run away in time. Yan getting sprayed down, but instantly brought back by Iza. GOW still running rampage out there on the battlefield. Very surprising performance from these Vietnamese squads. I tell you, they have really entertained all of us.
Oh, they definitely have. I mean, WAG really kind of not as kind of a straightforward as stepping up, but really maintain the consistency, showing us those great macro plays and taking initiatives. I think that's something that we've really harped on when it comes to a Vietnamese team. But WAG today, I think Export, Alan, they've been doing a fantastic job, but the backbone I think is definitely lying in Export. Doesn't need eliminations, but the support he provides is invaluable.
Most definitely, right? I mean, amazing, crazy plays from him thus far. Massive amount of damage. Getting a lot of assists, probably those eliminations just not needed at all. But WAG now flying straight in towards EVOS Divine. Thankfully, Ray is already bleeding out on the ground. All thanks to Xbox. We were just talking about this man, and he gets the highlight for himself. And all thanks to him hurting the plays of EVOS Divine. WAG wins out even that. 13 eliminations up. Dude, you know what's the most craziest of things? We were expecting consistency, but what they used to fail at was the gunfights. But they've sharpened up their skills so well, and to remain consistent with those eliminations is just mind-blowing for a Vietnamese squad.
Yeah, they intelligent engages also. And by the way, I figured out the answer to the mystery. Who contributed the 2 points for Heavy to allow them to qualify? It's Hua Esports. It was Poppy and Death.
Hua just doing everyone dirty right there. But Falcons though, spotting out Twisted Minds from across the battlefield. And on Kalahari, these are the top 2 teams who are going to be contending for the Booyah later on. So if one takes out the other, it's obviously going to give them a huge one-up in that final battle sequence. But Heavy obviously looking to finish the day on a high. Perhaps walking away with a Booyah here can really solidify a good celebration by the end of the day for them.
Yeah, they're going to call a ceasefire for now. They both understood the gravity of the situation. There's no need to engage. It's not like they're desperate for any circumstances. I think unless Falcons gets a massive round, they are the ones that needs more point than Twisted Minds. So if you're in Twisted Mind's spot, you just back off. Just take it easy. Let Falcons come to you. Just like how BTR is running straight into GOW.
GOW all together here. Bigatron Delta doesn't really have a chance if they scatter in this way. They just literally running away as quickly as possible. Off screen, Onyx Olympus being tortured by both Heavy as well as Hua Esports. But we're going to catch up with them in a bit. RRQ looking to see exactly where do they want to interfere for now. They've been pretty silent throughout this game.
Really not showing much presence. Maybe looking for the final, for the Booyah. That's the record for them. Onyx Olympus eliminated finally. So that's going to be a heartbreaking exit for them. BTR still have a chance to keep on pushing. Just talk about RQ Kazu. They're actually right opposite this exchange between GOW and BTR.
Even if Hua Esports didn't give away these points to the side of Heavy, Falcons literally doing it all on their own, man. I mean, once again, there's a player that fell to Heavy just moments ago, but Dian with a beautiful snipe across the battlefield up against Dix with the M82B by Koja with a fantastic response as well. And it's going to be Kyung with the follow-up. GOW left with 2 more players. Demon, a sliver of health. GOW bows out in 8th.
Getting into the late stage of the round already. I mean, Koja has a grenade launcher in his hands, but how do you put it to good use, right? It's such a bad position to be in.
Yeah.
RQ Kazu also. They know that WAD is watching them from the opposite side, but I mean, this terrain is so hard to traverse.
Yeah, unless you've, of course, got a launch pad on your side, which is Bigatron Delta is making good use of. And RRQ has one as well, flying straight towards WAG. This is going to be a big battle. WAG currently leading the fray. They've got a lot of loot around here to play with. Ma'al going to get shot at. That's the first one on the ground, bleeding out Ma'al with a sliver of health. He goes down as well. Razor goes down as well. Heavy wrecking the competition out there.
Heavy just feasting on all these teams, delivered straight to the doorstep on a silver platter. Heavy didn't have to worry much at all. Koja now gets found out. Woo! Heavy single-handedly wipes out BTR, cripples RQ Kazu, and now they're gonna deal with WAG, who is here to take it all.
The confidence game for Vietnam still rages on. If we get this version of Vietnam in Jakarta, it's gonna be a party for sure. Grenade, you eat that up, hole, get nice, but the guy just hits that Tatsuya Rebel Rush out of there. WAG now takes over with that high ground advantage. Vitan staying away from the heat of this battle will be replaced by Get Nice from up top. Allen has got his eyes on him, getting tagged up already. Get Nice needs to go onto that prone, but now we're getting into that final battle sequence. Anybody outside the circle is going to be in a lot of trouble.
And both Vietnamese teams actually have control of the circle, but WAG somehow forced Heavy to basically pull away to the edge and force them into a fight against Twisted Minds. Exposing with the grenade launcher onto Vitan, so there's one member down on the side of Heavy. Can he get him back up though? It seems impossible. He's too far away. The angle not really there. Diamond will easily find the takedown. So Heavy down to just 3 members, put in a rough spot.
Let's see what they can kind of work around with here, because Heavy, you know, not just looking for that qualifier, but making this one of their most massive days of points. This is their own version of point rush right here. And now towards the bottom side of the map, all 3 teams from the side of Vietnam gathering up together. This is going to be a party or absolute chaos within the nation as a whole.
See if they can pull it off. Heavy, the impossible. And on the final round as well, it would be massive to even attempt something like that. But Heavy is so close. WAG might just be the team to stop them though. Heavy just lost another member. Hua Esports on the opposite side is basically eternal warfare between the Vietnamese teams. Get Nice is bleeding to the blue, having to wrap around the corner, and Twisted Minds now show up to the roof to take on WAG.
Yeah, WAG. It's a body up top on this roof here. Exposing up close and personal with the grenade launcher. But he takes himself out in that sequence as well. Diamond, can you survive? Allen hopping on in. Krillin getting shot down. And Diamond saves the day. And the first one he picks up is Exposy because he has the grenade launcher. 11 eliminations strong. And now Twisted Minds look for their booyah.
Get Nice just went out to the roof. He wanted to pick them all up, but he does not know the Twisted Minds are all healthy. So Get Nice has to jump up again. If only he got the timing a second earlier, he could have really ripped the rewards, but now he's in top 4. Get Nice still alive. How is he doing this? His back is turned, but the clue on timing could not have been perfect. Get Nice makes it into the building. Finally goes down to the ice grenade, thanks to Twisted Minds. And between them and Hua Esports is going one way or the other. Saming with the best possible angle, but unfortunately no line of sight to support his teammates. He gotta join in the fight. Poppy on the ground already.
Either way, it is the most important factor. The fact that Vietnam does not allow Thailand to celebrate! Shin just hitting Nameless outside the circle, taking damage from the blue, hops on right back in there, but Twisted Mind says, not this time, baby! Final booyah for Thailand!
What an ending! So both Kalahari maps went over the Twisted Minds, really solidifying that they have figured out the code. 2 massive booyahs in 2 dominating fashion. It really came down to the wire. This round felt a lot more closer. If only the timing wasn't in their favor, maybe it would have been Heavy or Hua Esports, but Twisted Minds just pulled it out of the hat at the very end.
more than 1/3 of the points collected by Twisted Minds have been claimed on Kalahari. So when we head on into Point Rush and the grand finals, the other teams better watch out. And if you want to stop them, perhaps you want to pay a visit to their drop spot. Either way, 4th booyah for Twisted Minds. But I have to say, the highlight was for sure all the teams from Vietnam.
Oh yeah, 3 Vietnamese team makes it until the very end, barring GOW. Hua Esports, WAG, and Heavy are playing basically playing chess, right? Even Heavy, the guts for Vitan for Get Nice, in fact, to hop onto the roof, knowing that there's a chance he gets a free 4 points off of Twisted Minds. In all that chaos, really requires so much attention to detail. Of course, he didn't get it, but he still finished 3rd, really extending the lifeline of his team. I mean, you want to talk about one team that stepped up? Heavy stepped up big time.
I mean, dude, this is why the love that I have for Free Fire just keeps growing season after season. The matchups just keep getting more and more interesting. All of the battle sequence for the qualifiers just get more and more hyped up each and every single competition we head on into. And this has got to be, by far, the best final day of the knockout stage that I've ever witnessed thus far in the world of Free Fire esports.
Every time I ask myself, how can knockout stages after every season keep delivering more and more? They just don't stop. It just gets more and more interesting. And sometimes I do wonder, what is the perfect team? What makes a perfect knockout stage? And every season I get surprised by these teams. It just feels like the sky's the limit. And this ending, I agree, one of the best endings we've ever had.
Yeah, and the credit obviously goes out to the devs of Free Fire because, my goodness, patch after patch, the meta keeps changing. Nobody can figure out what that strategy is and continuously dominate, right? But of course, we got to keep Buriram out of this equation. The consistency from that team is just way too crazy. But finally, once again, we get to see Yuki as Thailand walks away with the booyah. Like you said, Kalahari both times whipped away by Twisted Minds. Very impressive, Husky.
Yeah, absolutely massive. So we're gonna hand over the stage to Bellatrix and Yuki Deku to talk to Twisted Minds about the final booyah of the knockout stage.
Booyah! And this is Diamond from Twisted Mind. And this is the last booyah for this season. How do you feel?
รู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะเพราะว่าเราได้บูย่าปิดท้ายการแข่งขันของรอบน็อกเอาท์
ก็ดีใจครับ
I feel happy.
So, from the first day that we start until now, what do you feel about this round of competition in this season?
ตั้งแต่วันแรกจนมาถึงวันนี้เรารู้สึกยังไงกับการแข่งขันที่ผ่านมาบ้างคะ
ก็รู้สึกซีซั่นนี้สนุกขึ้นครับเพราะว่าทุกทีมเก่งขึ้นมาก
I feel like this season is very good for me because all the team improve a lot.
Okay, as a representative of Thai team, can you say something to the Thai fan and other regions fan?
ในฐานะที่เป็นตัวแทนของทีมไทยแล้วกันมีอะไรอยากฝากถึงแฟนๆของทีมไทยแล้วก็ทีมอื่นด้วย
ก็ฝากเชียร์ทีมไทยด้วยครับเพราะว่าทีมไทยเก่งทุกทีมครับ
Please follow and support Thai team because all Thai team are super good.
Hey guys, this round is end already, but actually we have still more 2 rounds left in Indonesia, point rush round and the final round. Please stay tuned. And now back to you, Shoutcaster.
Thank you very much, Yuki Deku, Bellatrix, and that is Diamond for you folks, closing out our final interview of the knockout stage, as the teams now will have more than a week of break before we head into Point Rush and eventually the grand finals to crown the champions of FFWS SEA 2024. But again, what an ending it is. It's we already know the top 12 teams, but the journey to get to this point to finalize the roster has been a pretty interesting one.
I mean, chef's kiss, the way they did it, especially on the final day. It's bittersweet because one Vietnamese team replacing the other PE Sports, the initial flag bearers that showed everyone that it is possible. Hua Esports making that strong comeback, looking at PE Sports, being inspired by them, everybody else being inspired by PE, and that inspiration led them to outdoing PE at their own game. It's bittersweet for sure. But this is leading the whole of Vietnam in the world of Free Fire to a brand new universe indeed, as far as domination goes.
Yeah, this is definitely a new chapter for Free Fire, for the Vietnamese scene, right? I mean, even when you look at EWC a season ago, you talk about Vietnam teams being able to match up against the Indonesians and the Thais. They sometimes even struggle against the Malaysians, right? Or Malaysians / Filipinos. But right now, they are in a league of their own. They finally found their identity. They've been finally able to establish their ground. And that is good news because it's something I think the fans have wanted for a long time. And to see the teams really evolve to this state, you can only imagine where the glass ceiling is next.
Yeah, I hope and pray that the Vietnamese squads figure out what was the mistake made by the Malaysian region and not repeat that, right? Because we were on the upward trend at one point of time. We did have very, very strong squads. We had teams like Expand who were dominating out there, really bringing the fight up to even the big squads. And then, well, we are where we are right now at the very bottom. But fingers crossed that never happens to Vietnam because they just make this game so much more exciting to watch.
Yeah, and I think not only that, right? If they have representatives to qualify for globals at the end of the year, and I just wish that we not only see Thai teams or Indonesian teams, I want Vietnamese teams to be a part of that equation. Yeah. Because we got the entire Latin America to take on, right? We can't just do it with two regions. We need diversity. We gotta confuse them, with different styles, and maybe that extra touch from the Vietnam is gonna allow us to confuse Latam even more.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, there's just no way to know exactly how these teams interact on that global stage later on. We'll just have to hope and pray we've got as many teams squeezed in there as possible. But more importantly, teams that are ready for a battle of that scale. And FFWS SEA has been the best platform to do that. Having this marathon run instead of a sprint of a knockout stage has given these teams so much of opportunity to learn from their mistakes, to grow, to make sure they not only not repeat those mistakes, but find those solutions and take these big steps forward, right? So many of these teams have been able to do it so far. I mean, once again, the Vietnamese teams have been so beautiful in terms of doing it. But Indonesia, obviously Star Knights, Onyx Olympus, they face their struggles. But the rest of them, Bigatron Delta, you got to absolutely love the kind of, step-ups that they have been doing time and time again throughout the whole knockout stage.
I just like the mixture of, old and new guards, right? Super happy for Igao making it to the grand finals. The man has struggled for quite some seasons. But we got our MVP of this final match. It's going to be Diamond. 8 eliminations. I don't expect anything less from him. When he has a good day, he has a good day.
Beautiful. I mean, yeah, obviously, EVOS Divine will choose to challenge him on that because they already have a player named Good Day, and they are the only ones who want to have a good day. And usually, we've seen the interaction between EVOS Divine as well as Twisted Minds out there. They are pretty neck and neck, but today it was a very different story altogether. Twisted Minds, especially on Kalahari, they just did not give any of the other teams any opportunity. And a couple of times coming across Good Day and squad, Twisted Minds just had those bouts won hands down.
Yeah, and again, you give them the perfect situation to work with. You allow them to go aggressive onto you. If you don't put up resistance against Twisted Minds, they're gonna run you down, right? Like we've seen it so many times, and even Exposy, I mean, he had the grenade launcher, of course, but some blunders, he took himself out, but he also set off the chain reaction of allowing Twisted Minds to not only gain control of an important spot in the final circle, but also finding time to breathe and eventually get the booyah. So many things happening in that sequence leading up to this. Of course, again, spearheaded by Diamond Exposy, but we cannot forget Nameless and Saming supporting them from behind.
16 eliminations in total, 12 from the Booyah for a total of 28 points for the squad. This is the most number of points picked up by Twisted Minds throughout the whole day. So they finished this off with a bang indeed. But I'm still curious as to what Heavy did, because I believe this game was also the best performance for Heavy in comparison throughout the whole day. But of course, that still needs to be confirmed shortly. Vitan showing up on the highlights for the elimination leaders. But of course, we also see Alan and Kyong hopping in there alongside Diamond and Exposy.
Yeah, I mean, 6 eliminations for Vitan alone, right? That he himself has enough points to get them across into top 12. So, I mean, it's very rare to see Heavy members up there. So I'm madly impressed. But we got key players, Iza with 5 revives. Unfortunately, Diamond with the most damage dealt, and Peter with 9 headshots.
Peter just looks annoyed, bro. Fair enough, Falcons. I mean, it hasn't really been their greatest run here in the knockout stage. I believe Falcons is finishing somewhere around the top 5 for sure, but not their best presence that we have ever seen in a knockout stage, right? But this is kind of a usual run for Falcons. They don't pop off in the knockout stage. They only truly show what they're capable of when we get to the finals. And it's just that sort of a scenario where you may stand an opportunity to get extra points at Point Rush, but it may not matter because if one team goes on that explosive run on that grand finals, they still bag it.
Yeah, they have shown us once, but I mean, it would be crazy for Falcons to do it again because you know, for those who have who might not remember the hidden storyline, Falcons are still capable of making that fairy tale, right? The holy grail of competitive Free Fire run. They've won the first 2 official tournaments. If they win this and then global, they are literally the first team ever to do it. Not even BRU has accomplished it.
Heavy needed 2 points, but they gave us 20. The best performance of Heavy was when they knew they desperately needed those points. And this is the pudding. This is the proof in the pudding, and Heavy can do it when they really set their minds to it. And my oh my, I would love to see them pull this exact same thing off later at Point Rush as well as the grand finals. Overall performance of the day, RRQ managing to hit 103 points. The bigger question mark is, did they manage to hit the 1,000 points? Unfortunately, answer is no. They still needed a couple of more. They fail on that front. They also fail on the front of exceeding Buriram in terms of the overall number of booyahs, but they do match up with a total of 15.
Yeah, I mean, if you can tie up with Buriram in terms of booyah, that's already a good achievement, right? Because no teams come close. Here it is, overall standing. Once more, congratulations to Heavy for being the final team to lock in the top 12. PE Sports will be eliminated, so thank you, PE Sports, Onyx Olympus, Todak, Star Knights, Vamos, and Expand. It was great having them, but now they will have to take that back seat as we move towards the final chapter of FFWS SEA 4. It's going to be the top 12.
Heavy proving that they don't really need the booyahs to get the job done. They just need consistency, and I absolutely love that. PE and Onyx, both with 4 booyahs each, could not outdo the consistency that Heavy has brought in all throughout the competition. And, you know, we were looking for those 2 points, but they exceed their own expectations. 19 points. They peel away from PE Sports. Onyx, on the other hand, they kind of faltered. And to see Heavy being in the top 5 of throughout the whole days of performance really shows us exactly what they're capable of. But like you said, man, these are the top 12 squads, and we are gonna have a party when we head on into Surabaya, October 11th to the 13th. That's when we all dance out there.
And the top 12 teams, one last time: BRU, AG Global, RQ Klazu, Twisted Minds, Team Falcons, Attack All Around, WAG, EVOS Divine, Bigatron Delta, Hua Esports, GOW, and Heavy. I mean, we got the full house, full attendance from Thailand, 3 out of 5 from Indonesia, 4 out of 5 from Vietnam, and welcome back Heavy to the grand final. It's been way too long.
And of course, the weekly Predator for week 6, the one and only Limit. I mean, silently, the Predator out there just collecting point after point to walk away with the massive USD in his pocket. But you know what's more impressive than this whole thing was the scene that we just witnessed, because I don't think I've ever seen Vietnam have more teams qualify for the finals in comparison to Indonesia in the past.
Yeah, no. I also brought that up like just now, right? This is the first time I've seen more Vietnamese teams than Indonesian teams. So, you know, the tides are shifting. Times are changing. It's nothing against the Indonesian teams. Again, we've seen Star Knights, they kind of had the same fate as PE Sports. EWC was a wreck and they could not recover. But right now, we're really seeing the teams that didn't get the chance to show off what they have truly showing off here.
And this also kind of shows that just because you get blessed with an opportunity at a stage as big as the Esports World Cup does not mean anything at all if you cannot perform well and, of course, continue to perform well. In fact, if you don't perform well, it might just take a toll on your confidence and you might just crash and burn, right? Look at exactly what happened to these 2 teams that we just highlighted. A little sad, but that's the kind of lesson sometimes that we need to learn in life in order to really progress. And I want to see them, of course, make that huge comeback, but we'll keep them for the next season. For the time being, the conversation is going to be switched on to the top 12. Will Buriram dominate, or will they once again drop the ball here at FFWS SEA? Dominating the knockout stage means absolutely nothing once we head into Point Rush as well as the grand finals, Husky.
And when you condense 18 days to what, 3 days, the ball game changes, right? Like the entire game plan has to change. BRU has done this multiple times. I want BRU to perform, but I also want to continue the story of Team Falcon's golden road. If can they be the first team to make it and it not be BRU, right? That itself would be a heck of a story to remember.
Absolutely, man. Throughout the whole knockout stage, I have waved the Thailand flag up in the air. I have supported the Vietnamese squad. But when we head on into Surabaya, my bet is going to be on all of the Indonesian teams. I'm looking for RRQ to once again pull off that massive run where they almost hit those 5 booyahs, right? They almost got the booyah 6 times if only they had performed well in those other 2 games. But either way, if they can go on that run, Point Rush matters not. They will be the champions on that home soil, and it'll be huge for the region. I mean, everybody has made a name for themselves. It's high time Indonesia does it as well.
Yeah, well, with that being said, that concludes our knockout stage. Thank you very much for being here with us. It's been an amazing 18 days, but we're not done just yet, because in 2 weeks' time, we will be back for the Point Rush and then the Grand Finals, and we will see who becomes Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 4-season champions and who will represent us to the global stage. Until then, it's Husky with the Mustachio AJ. Of course, shout out to Gideon Q, Neptune, and Dana Lee. We'll see you guys for the Grand Final. Goodbye.